Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Shanon, writing on the pen name of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And today, doing a 12-hour marathon sprint, I am trying to hit a goal of 2.14, so 2.14% of my overall writing goal for the year, which roughly equates to 15,000 words. This is quite doable if I'm brainstorming and drafting, which is what I have on the schedule today for me to do. When I'm brainstorming and drafting, I typically do speech to text. Sometimes I might write a little bit here and there, but I type really, really slow. So and I can talk really, really fast, so I can get a lot of words out. Although I do have to slow down sometimes if I want to understand what I'm writing, or what the speech to text program is picking up, because sometimes I can't understand it because I talk too fast. So yeah, that is the goal today. So 15,000 words. I think the last time I did a 12-hour marathon. So that wasn't the last time I did a marathon, because I did a 4-day writing marathon last time. But the last time I did a 12-hour marathon on Saturday, I think I hit 16,000 and some words. So 15,000 is doable. If I can hit 15,000, that puts me up to pop up my percentage 2.14%, 2.14%. I don't know why I want to keep when I say 2.14. It's 2.14. It's probably the easiest way to say it. So as of the end of May, on May 31st, by the end of this day, I should be hitting 41% of my writing goal, which I'm now at 41.9%. So we're good. And my goal is to try to get as much as I can in, and then today and over the next week or so, because as we get to the end of June, we'll be hitting the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And that last week, I don't write at all. I want to. The urge is there. Every year, though, I am busy doing the website or whatever. There's always last minute things that are going on. So yes, I don't imagine I'm going to be getting much writing done that week. So if I want to keep on track or somewhere close, I just need to be close, because I kind of figured that between the Kickstarter at the beginning of the year and my and the conference. So between my Kickstarter and the conference, I was not going to be writing as much in the beginning of the year. I'm actually further ahead than I thought I would be, because I am pretty much staying close to what I should be staying at if I divide equally the number of words over the year. So yes, that will be good for the rest of the year. So I won't be stressing as much. I say stress. It's not really a stress, but if I set a goal for myself, I try to meet it. And so it's just the stress I put on myself. So, alrighty. It looks like it might be just really me here. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on the first sprint of the morning. 1 hour long sprints. And for anybody who comes in, and if you catch it from the beginning, I am doing jokes today. So sometimes there's questions about writer life questions or whatnot. And I thought it would be fun to have some jokes this time. So the first one is, what's a writer's favorite exercise? And I really love some of these jokes. I've got a sci-fi, fantasy, and romance specific joke later too. The rest of them are all just writer focused, but these ones are just writer. Alrighty. And I will be working on my work in progress, which is A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I am in the second act. I think I'm about halfway through. I don't know. At this point, so, for those who don't know me, I am a more of a discovery writer or intuitive writer. I don't really plan a whole lot. And but I do have things in my mind. So I'm in the middle. I know that there's certain things that have to happen, like in emotional arcs, in the character arcs, in the romance arc, and the plot arc. Those things, I know that there's certain things that have to happen for those things to be where they should be before we get to the climax. And what I don't always know is what is a plot arc that will help to support all these other ones. So that kind of stuff. And I have a few ideas, but my first sprint will probably be a lot of brainstorming. I did start brainstorming some ideas a couple days ago, but I haven't written on the manuscript since Tuesday. So I think it was Wednesday I did some brainstorming. But I didn't actually write it down because I was in bed brainstorming and I was putting it in my phone. So I have to go back and see what it is I wrote. But I think I remember what I wrote was okay, but there has to be some stuff that happens before that. So yes, first one, it's going to be a lot of brainstorming for my work in progress, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. And let me add this to the screen. Which button? I had this set up, but then I left the studio and now I'm back. Is it this one? Yes, there we go. Alrighty, we'll do 1 hour on the clock. Find the right tab. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you guys do? I gotta finish. I gotta figure out the rest of my words here. I have a lot that I was like redoing in my brainstorming, so I gotta figure out where. Okay, let me just copy and paste this into a Word document. It's in a speech to text program, but I don't know how many words are here because some of these I've already done, like brainstorming words, but I was going back through and adding more. So I need to, and I already counted the brainstorming words, but then I went and I was going back and revamping them. So I need to know exactly what I added in here. Okay. Total of 1,688 words. This is all brainstorming. Don't save. And other than just adding a few more things into my brainstorming so that I don't forget like some of the emotional beats, and hopefully get those couple of more things in, then I'll be able to start drafting on the next sprint. Oh yeah. Did have a joke up there, joke number 1. What's a writer's favorite exercise? I decided to do jokes today. I'm like looking at my feet because I always have a cat at my feet. It's been Luna or Loki recently, but neither one of them want to be in here today. So, and then my kiddo and hubby are out in the living room, and I can hear Julian's voice from here. He's got a really deep voice. So I have the door closed. So no cats are in here, but I'm like looking at my feet, make sure I'm not kicking anybody as I move around. Let's see, we got lots of comments. Let's go say hello. There was nobody here when I started. So I talked for a little bit and then I started the first sprint. DL stopped in. Good morning, DL. How's it going? Thank you so much for stopping in. Deshley, rock it out. Good morning, DL. The College Goth Library. Hello. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck on reaching your goal. Thank you. So my goal is 15,000 words and I got 1688. Hold on, I need to write this down. And this is broken up into brainstorming sessions. So I have to figure out how much was the first one and how much was the second one. 521 for the second brainstorming because I was just reading over my words. I also had to go and I spent some of the time pulling stuff from the other 2 books in the series because I'm writing a scene in which my main female protagonist is meeting the female antagonist. She's the main antagonist, but she's not really going to be the main antagonist for the overall series. She is still an antagonist, but she kind of messes with all the brides by chance. And my main character, female character for this book, has been chosen as the bride by chance a few days ago, but her mental walls were too strong for the Snow Princess to be able to get into her mind, because that's how she does it. She gets into the mind while they're dreaming. But her mental walls were too hard. She couldn't get through them. But the Nira just went through some mental torture by an ice, a winter creature, which the Snow Princess is a winter creature. And actually this winter creature is an agent of hers, even though she's like a double agent. Yeah. So lots of stuff going on. And so I was like, okay, I need to go back and review what was like the first impressions that my other characters had of the Snow Princess when they first met her. And I know it's slightly different because although Nira is not going to recognize the Snow Princess on sight, once she figures out who she is, she knows about her already because she's part of a secret order herself. And her secret order is actually like fights against what some of the Snow Princess has done. So this is a curse that's been going on for like 1,000 years by the Snow Princess. So yeah, so she's aware of who she is, just didn't know what she looked like. And so it's a very interesting, like this connection, or the not connection. It's this meeting is going to be interesting because I wanted the Snow Princess to connect with each of the brides by chance on some level. Except for that with Nira, it would be on the opposite side, because in the sequel series, where all of these characters will come back and have viewpoints, she's connected with the first one. That was Aerie. Aerie's never had a friend. She grew up being abused by everybody. And so like the Snow Princess was her first friend. And she did learn who she was eventually and what she did to the Dragon Kings, and kind of takes her to task for it. But that friendship, that beginning friendship, will still be there. Then Emmy and the Snow Princess bonded over the fact that they both accidentally, I say accidentally because the Snow Princess didn't realize what she did was going to kill her mom, but they both killed their parents, their moms. So they bonded over that. But there's going to be no bonding between Nira and the Snow Princess. So this could be an interesting meeting. Yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. 520. I went on some. Oh, I had to go pull everything out for the brainstorming. So I had to stop and look at 15,000 minus 1688. So I've got 13,312 words left. I was trying to get around to coming up with how many words left I had to write for the day to meet my goal of 15,000, because good luck on reaching my goal. There it is. We went all the way around, but we got back there. I'll be taking dogs to get their shots. So lurking in the meantime, my boys are ready for their shots. I've got cats. We do have a dog too, but I let the hubby takes care of the doggy. So I don't think he's due for shots yet. He just hit 7 months old. I have some running to do, but I will be leaving your stream open and popping into right here and there. Happy writing. Thank you, DL. I appreciate that. Good morning, Adega. Hope all is well. Anyone who's still here, tell me what you're working on if you want. You don't have to share, but if you want to. DL says, hi to Deshale. Oh, this is perfect. I need to get so many words written today. Jumps in. Yay. Let's get those words. Hi, Laura. 12 hours. OMG. Y'all don't know. I sit here all day long doing stuff. 12 hours is nothing. The last 12-hour write-a-thon I did, which the last write-a-thon I kind of did was over 4 days. It was different. It was on different numbers, right? Different minutes of numbers. The one before that was 12 hours. And I left off like, I don't know if I just brainstormed the next chapter or was getting ready to start the next chapter. Or I just started the next chapter. So when I got off of that 12 hours and I got off the computer and I was supposed to go have a date with my husband, I went out there and he needed it like another 30 minutes. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go back and write. And so I sat down and wrote for another hour before he was ready. So I did like 13 hours a day. But yeah, I get hyper focused really easy, especially if it's raining. Hi, better Laura from Emma. Hi, Adega. Hello, Emma. DL. Deshle. Watcha to Cottage Goth. Melve. Hello. Good morning, all. Taking it slow this morning, but hoping to do some tasks around the house today and work. This is like really small on my screen. I can barely see the words. Maybe that's better. Okay. Around the house today and work on some unfinished crafting projects I have. Sounds like a easy, like slow day. How was the rest of your week? Because I know this past week was a bit frustrating. The things that happened. Hey, Emma. Hey, Melve. Hi. How are you doing? Are you working on anything today? Good morning from Rita. Saying hi to everyone. Rita is doing her own sprinting. I popped in, said hello, but I have to be honest, I closed it down because my computer keeps closing down on me. And it closed down once this week already in one of my streams. And I knew that I was going to have several documents open and then, of course, several tabs open for the live stream. And I'm like, I don't want to chance this closing down on me. So I don't have any other YouTube stuff going on. And Rita did shut down my computer. So we were sharing dance videos and she just did a dance video. And it was a short. I couldn't find it again. But I did watch it several times. I was trying to figure out how I can leave a comment. And it was not leaving me a place to leave a comment. And I thought, well, maybe it's not open for comments. But I went to go watch it. She shared the link in the stream. And I went to go watch it and it shut my entire computer down. So I was like, I'm not doing this again. Got a paper clutter tornado happening this morning. We're going to call it Clobber, the clutter campaign. Almost sounds like that would go good with like October, Clobber, October. You get the middle rhyme. It's called something. I don't remember what it's called. But and then Clobber reminds me of cobbler. So Clobber, October cobbler. Sorry. Oh my goodness. I have a thing with like alliterations and rhyming, and I also have a thing for numbers. And so my kiddo, the one that's still at home, he's 12. He's going into 7th grade next year. They had the last state testing that they did at the end of the year. Their last week of school was this week. When he did the math portion, and I figured that he would get like higher scores in math after he started coding. For Christmas last year, he asked for a laptop and coding books and language model books so that he could learn and teach himself how to code. And he's been coding ever since. And he spends a lot of time on his computer coding stuff. He's recreated Windows 97. This kid is super smart. And I thought, okay, this is going to help him with math because he always got his lowest scores in math. It's not been something that's come easy to him. He still didn't know that 1 + 1 was 2 when he was in second grade. And it's a rote memory thing, but memory is not something that he was good at. Like he couldn't remember that the days of the week. He couldn't remember the different months. He couldn't remember 1 + 1 was 2 or anything. The rote memory stuff he could not remember. And it took several years for that. Lots of different methods of working with him. And in second grade, he was put into a specialized classroom with just 2 other students. And they hired this teacher who she told me that she went through 6 different types of teaching strategies to get him to learn basic math. And so he's always been a little bit behind. And I thought, now he's in the coding, he might get a little bit ahead. So when he took the test, we got a letter home this week that said that he actually tested out of 7th grade and 8th grade math. And so he's going straight into 9th grade math next year. And it's going to be taught by a high school teacher, but he'll still stay in the middle school and he'll be in the classroom with her, like on a big screen or something like that. That's how they described it. And there's 2 other students in the school that will be with him in that class. And they gave us a packet to prep him because he's going straight into algebra, which means he's going to skip pre-algebra. So they gave us a packet to work with him over the summer. And as my husband and him were working on this, I could hear it. This was one day of this week that I was working at night. And so I went out there just to see what they were doing. And I kind of liked, I was like, looking at it, I was like, okay, he doesn't really understand order of operations yet. That what my husband was teaching him didn't have any of that orders of operation. So I tried to do something simple. And my husband was the one setting up the formula. And he was like, I need to minus something and then equal something. And then it come out to something. So I said, okay, -9. And he had like variables and other stuff he already had it all set up except for the last thing. So I said, -9 = 9. He was like, is that going to work? I was like, just trust me, let him do the problem. And so he did the problem and the answer was 2/7. And I was like, 2/7, 2 + 7 is 9. See, -9 = 9, 2/7, add those together equals 9. So anyways, my husband's like, you're so crazy. You should have made it like something easy, not a fraction. I was like, well, you asked me. And I was looking at it. So anyway, I thought it was fun. I don't know how I got on that tangent. Good morning, everyone. This is Joanne. I'm going to work on revising Chapter 7 of Project Sugar and Spice later. Currently brainstorming ideas for how the chapter is going to go, since I can't use Word on phone. Do you have an Android? I mean, you could do like Google Docs. I'm sure Apple probably has something as well, right? They would have some kind of program for the phone, maybe. Woohoo, let's go. I'm still waking up, but still. Hello, Nicole. How are you doing? I saw your notification. I was like, I don't have time to watch it, but I really, I've got the hiccups. Why do I have the hiccups already? It's only 9. Where did it go? It was in my notifications this morning, and now it's not here. It's showing me other people. Maybe because I have too many notifications turned on. It was 4 ways or 4 reasons for something or other. It sounded very interesting, but I couldn't click on it because my computer is acting crazy. There it is. 4 ways to approach writing in your author career. So I was like, oh, can't wait to watch that one. And good morning, everyone. Says author DL Tillery to everyone. Hi, Rita. Martin, hello. How's it going? Malve says breakfast, coffee, emails, and a bit of reading. Taking it slow this morning. But next sprint will be cleaning and starting laundry, I think. Just reminded me. I started laundry 2 days ago, and it didn't move from the washer to the dryer, which means I probably have to wash it again. I forgot about it. I tried to speech to text this week for the first time. It's very embarrassing to have to read back the baby talk I speak to my cat while I'm writing. I've been there. It's usually to Loki or this past week was more Thor. And I forget that the speech to text on, and Thor likes to like get in my arms and he throws himself backwards. So I have to like always catch him. And so now I'm just like, okay, let's go back to speech to text. But he wants me to pet him. If I try talking like the speech to text, he reaches up and puts his paw over my mouth. So I'm like, buddy, I can't type because you're taking one of my arms and you're not letting me speak. So I just have to give him some love. And then he just kind of, sometimes he'll put his head up here and then other times he'll turn around and then kind of just lay on me. But I went back to the speech to text and it was all the stuff that I said to him. Like what I just said, I was like, hey, buddy, I can't type because you got my arm and I can't talk because you're, it was all in my speech to text. It was funny. It's Martin, says Laura. Martin, Nicole. Hellos. Formatting a fantasy novel for me editor. Is it my editor? Sorry, I'm seeing another editor behind your back. My editor? See another editor behind your back. So we're talking about me? Yes. Oh, yes, right. That's right. Yes, I'm an editor. I don't care. You're so funny. Because I'm an editor for their books, for him and Bradley. That together they're Bradley Lejeune, right? Malcolm Bradley. So Malcolm is his writing partner. And so their names put together is Bradley Lejeune. And so that's the writing duo. I'm assuming this other editor for you is the one for the series that you're writing on your own. It doesn't matter. I have more than one editor. So it's not, I don't use just Malcolm for my editing. Gasp. Morning, Alicia. How are you doing? Just joining, just making up getting coffee. I need more coffee. I've picked up my coffee cup like 3 times in the last 10 minutes of the sprint. I'm like, I want more coffee. I gotta wait until it's done. I gotta wait till this. I need to get through this brainstorming. Getting planner updates and diamond painting this morning. Sounds very relaxing and some rain to go with it. Nice. I'm always shutting down your computers. Yes. Rita's dancing is that powerful. Yes. It's open for comments. I'm getting good ones. And of course, I don't know what happened then. I even tried to copy the link. It's probably my computer. But I copied the link and opened it in another tab. I even opened it in an incognito tab. And it just, I think it was my computer or something was not working with YouTube because it would show it, but then everything else around it was like a black screen. And I'm like, what is going on with this thing? It really wants to shut me down again. Because I went to it, I watched it like 3 or 4 times trying to figure out how to get some comments or something on it. So if it's live, then I thought about going directly to your webpage at that time. And I thought, did she say it was like open for everyone? So now that I know it's open for everyone, I'll go there. Getting good ones. Of course, my favorite comments are, please stop. We finally managed to catch up, but there was a last minute and urgent files that just added pressure and made it so that we couldn't quite catch up, but glad this week is over. Big breath. I'm glad that you're in a place where you can actually relax now. Yes, Laura, funny. That's it. Make y'all watch it again. My shut down the internet dancing video. I will try to got a little bit of a headache going. I need some more coffee, so I think it is. I will try to watch it again after this stream is over. I'm gonna go straight to your webpage, your YouTube page, because it just was not showing me anything. I refreshed the screen very many times, and then of course, like I said, I went to incognito, still didn't do it. Yes, my Pulsar Sky editor. Yeah, see, I knew you had another editor for that series. So, alrighty, got through all the comments. Did you guys figure out what the question or the answer is to the joke? What's a writer's favorite exercise? Any takers? I got jokes this morning for the sprints. So every sprint has a joke with it. And I have one sci-fi one, one fantasy one, and one romance one. All the other ones are just writers overall. So, sprints? That's actually a good answer. Yeah, sprints would be a good one. Semicolons as a exercise. There we go. I put it up on the screen. Yeah, sprints, semicolons. Oh, I think this is actually an answer for another writer joke. What is a writer's favorite breakfast food? And it's cinnamon rolls. So when I saw this one, I didn't make any of these up. When I saw this one, I was like, I've done this one before on my channel. So this is when it's the same answer, but a different joke. Oh, I watched your dance and my computer survived. Loved it. My computer is just having issues. It really needs to go get looked at, but I don't have time right now. Not with everything that I'm doing and getting ready for the conference. So, all right, we're going to get set up for the second sprint. Yep. I almost gave that away. I don't know if you guys saw that. Please don't see that. New joke. I had it out of order on my screen here. Why do writers get invited to parties? So, why do writers always get invited to parties? I forgot a word. So, alrighty. Hit the right button. I got 2 buttons I got to hit here. Find the right. Is this one? Yeah, that one. 1 hour on the clock. If anyone leaves out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on that sprint, the second one. How did you do? I need to add up my words. I was quite distracted. I turned on the camera for a little bit. I don't know if anyone saw it, but Thor came up here. He threw himself backward in my arms. He wanted both of my hands to be petting him when he was not in my arms, because he decided to change his position several times. It's not a lot. 638 words in drafting. Should change my time on here. And I did spend the first part of it going out and getting coffee, and the kiddo decided to follow me back here, so I got him set up so that he's relaxing over there. Hi. I think he's watching YouTube videos, but he's also playing with his sword. For those who've been in my sprints, I think I've talked about it. Like, he has this sword when he's home. He has this, it's a play sword that he likes to hold all the time. I think he's listening to me. He just gave you a thumbs up. So, yeah, didn't get as much done on that sprint as I had hoped. Hopefully the next one will be a little bit more. I did start drafting that chapter. Maybe a third of the way through. I keep going back and forth how I want this to play out. So I have more stuff written in this chapter that I didn't count, because I'm going to go back through and clean it up a little bit from that brainstorming. Anyways, let's see how you guys did. Where did I leave off? I didn't think I marked it. I think it was here, laughing about the first joke that was up on the screen when we got the answer for it. And then I think this is in response to someone saying they watched her video. No, it was Laura who watched it. So Rita dropped her a link to a video where she's dancing, which I tried to watch on a sprint earlier this week, and it like shut down my computer. So I'm like, I'm not watching anything else on YouTube right now. During my break, still live on my channel, Dorothy, the chicken, decided to have a not so hostile takeover. Okie dokie, working on my paper clutter issue. Whoop. I hope they were able to make some progress on that. Good morning, all, says Green World. Hello. Finished updating 2 planners and finished inputting receipts and got 1 square of diamond painting done. Wow, you got a lot done that time. Hopefully I can get some more productivity, because at this rate, I am not going to hit 15,000 words today. So where am I at? I've got 2,326 words so far. So that's what, 1/7, a little less than 1/7 of the way through of my goal. So if it's 1/7, that means I need to have 2 more sprints for every 7th that's left. So there's 6 7ths left times 2. So I need 12 more sprints, which is not going to happen in 12 hours. So I definitely need to up my game here a little bit and get a little bit more done. Hello, everyone. Late start, but my determination will make up for the loss of time. I'll be right there with you, that determination. I need some of that to make it through. How's everyone today? It was pretty good. I just got distracted on that last sprint because Kitty wanted to be in my lap and then headbutt me and try to pull my face to him. He's very, very soft at how he does it all. But I know what he was looking for. He was looking for me to get him some treats, but my treats for the kitty is behind me in the cupboard up there. And like, if I stop and turn around and get these treats, I am not going to get back to writing this sprint. So I was like trying to really just stay focused while petting him, because he did sit here for a little while. He kept tapping me on the shoulder. Like, hey, he's got this thing, and this was Thor. He's got this thing that he only does it with me, and he only does it when he wants a treat, and he thinks he's going to get one. And he'll sit right here, and he yawns, and like, you know, like sometimes when you yawn, you can like hear your jaw pop, right? If you do like a really big yawn, it's like that. That's the sound it sounds like, but his jaw's not popping. It's just the way he yawns. It's real quiet, but then he snaps his teeth back together, and you get that like little snap sound that sounds like the jaw's popping. And he only does that when he wants a treat, and it's only with me he does that with. It's so funny. Animals. Hey, Rita, saw you were also streaming. Yes, I went over there and said hello and left a like. I was not trying to, I didn't stay because, and I mentioned it to Rita already, her video shut me down earlier this week, so I'm not trying to play any YouTube videos right now. I am playing the timer YouTube video, and I'm just, right now, it seems like everything's working okay. I haven't had any like pauses, but the one that I had earlier this week was just out of nowhere. Well, sort of, right? It I hit play on her video and I got like 10 seconds in and then everything froze and crashed. So, hi, JL. Not working through the paper cut. Oh, you're not. My brain does not want to go along with the program. I'm sorry to hear that, Rita. You had a lot of productivity yesterday, though, from what I understand, because I was there in the beginning and there for the last part of it because I had an appointment in the morning. You said it was very, very productive for you. But I got my videos that need filming, editing, creating, or whatever the heck planned out for the week. Also got the receipts handled, but mess don't look better at the moment at all. Oh, I put at the moment. That's not in there. At all. LOL. I'm sure you'll get there, Rita. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I haven't really started planning out the next week. I know I have to get my Faded Adventures. The third packet has to go out. And then we got a sponsorship for the AWC last week. They signed the contract. And then on top of that, another company came through and offered us a value amount for a sponsorship. And after I talked, I had a meeting with my sponsorship coordinator. So from that meeting, I need to put together a package. Even though they offered us an amount, that wasn't like they looked at our stuff and said, okay, this is what we want for this amount. They just said, we're willing to offer this much. Like, well, we need to figure out, like, what does that look like? If you're offering this much, it looks like this. If you're doing this amount, it looks like this. And, just kind of give them idea of what they'll get for the money that they're offering. So, but in talking with my sponsorship coordinator, he said I was able to put a pin in it and get it done early next week because I told him I had a lot going on right now. So yeah, I have that to do. So that and getting the 3rd month's Faded Adventure packet out, which also involves me. I did start printing this stuff. Then I stopped printing because I had 3 of my participants finally choose their characters. And so I had to stop and print everything. And that took me it shouldn't have taken me 2 days, but it took me 2 days. And the only reason why it took me 2 days is my printer was having issues. I'm going to buy a new printer. I told my husband I was getting a new printer. I have not done it yet. And it's not like it's an old printer. It's just, I don't know if I just chose a bad model or it's a dud or something. I don't know. It's pretty new printer. So I'm just going to have to try something else. And then, so I had to stop printing all this stuff for month 3. So I still got to finish printing this stuff for month 3. That'll be a tomorrow thing. And there's actually some of the online stuff I haven't finished yet for month 3. And then it's doing the contract for the sponsorship. Yeah, those are my 2 big things I'll be starting tomorrow and throughout the rest of this week. I don't know how much writing I'm going to get done. Oh, yeah, it's so cute. I love how animals do different things. Like, yes, I know. And I've never seen that one. That's definitely a new trick. I hadn't seen that one from any of the animals we've ever had. I mean, they all have their own thing. But there is a language that's shared between cats and humans because they've learned to adapt to us in different ways. So they'll do certain things knowing it will get a certain response. And so you kind of see some of those same things, but then they all have like their own thing that goes with it. And yeah, it's so funny how he does that. My dog is dramatic. She puts on a show. Oh my gosh, a dramatic dog. She puts on a show that would imply she's starving to death despite probably being a little overfed. But we won't talk about that. She's very sensitive about weight. Yeah, my Loki is a bit fluffier than his brother. They both get fed the same amount, but like Thor moves like all the time. Like, he laid down in my arms and then he was sitting up and for a minute he was here and then he was on the desk and then he was back over here. Actually, the camera turned on during this time period, but I don't know that anybody saw it. And then he was back on the desk. And once he realized that his cute little yawn, like snap was not going to make me get him treats, he left. So, but like he moves constantly. And I always say if the cat can have ADHD, that's him because he gets focused on something. Oh, wait, there's something over there. Oh, wait, what's this? And then he remembers, oh, I wanted some pet. And he's like the most loving cat I've ever had. Like he wants the pets. Like most cats do not like to be held. He will climb your leg in the morning because he wants to be held. He wants to be in your arms. So he's always looking for loving and just pets and stuff. But he also likes to get the treats. But Loki is like, and I always say like the best way to like show their difference in personality is how they play. They both like playing with like, like the stick that has like a string and like a lure on it or whatever for kitties, right? Not for fish. So you can run around the house with it. Well, Thor will chase it around the house and Loki just sits there and waits until you bring it to him and hold it over him. And then he'll bat at it. So he does not run after things where Thor will run all over the place and take leaps and bounds over the couch and do all these acrobatic things. And Loki's like, yeah, no, I'm not moving. You bring it to me. And so, and then on top of that, Loki's fur is just slightly longer than Thor's. Thor's is like really sleek, but Thor's a little bit like he's got like longer hair. So we just call him Fluffy instead of the other word to say that he's bigger. So I would say he's my fluffy cat. But, oh, it's cute, JL. Laundry in the wash and the forgotten clothes of last week. I'm in the same place. I still haven't got my clothes because I went to go get coffee. And then I got distracted by Thor when I was just trying to get this chapter done. I don't know what I'm going to do. Probably not doing laundry this morning. It's in the dryer, fortunately. It's folded and put away and started my banking. Really productive despite a lazy start. Sounds like it. The theory is that dog developed eyebrows to communicate with us. I've actually heard that too. So, excuse me. The other thing that I've read about, that this was actually a research article I read, was about how cats will often meow, and when they're wanting something, they meow in the same range as baby cries. And that is something that they feel like is adapted to humans as well, which is really interesting. Now, I keep telling her she needs to write a book called How to Get Your Way Every Single Time. You should write it from her point of view and write that book. There was on Disney, right? There was a dog with a blog show that, and this is when my oldest son was he was preteen, early teenager, and he was watching that show. And I had my kitty cat. I called him Cat because I didn't know if I'd be able to keep him. But then I ended up being able to keep him, and he passed away at 15 years old. But at the time, we had just had Julian as baby. And Julian, we didn't know he was, autistic or anything like this. But he was not a very happy baby. He would cry all the time. And just, it was really rough until some things we were able to get under control. Because he also had reflux. So once we got some of that under control, but he still was not a very happy baby. So my cat was very forgiving, like, of so many things. And I've got pictures of Julian laying on him, where my cats, I have 3 cats right now. None of them would allow him to lay on them at all. They would, nope, that's not going to happen. But he would lay on them. But sometimes he'd sit there with this look on his face, like, what are you putting me through? So I always thought I would love to do a blog, like Dog with a Blog, but call it Cat with a Spat. I never did do it, but I always thought that'd be fun. But yeah, you should do it. You should write that. Make a kid's book. I believe at Green World, I also love watching the dog's facial expressions. Me too. They are so very expressive. A lot more than kitties are. I have figured out how to stop my cats eating each other's food. Oh, Cher, would you mind? I have to stagger my kitty's food. So I feed Luna first. She's my old girl, and that's because she has like no teeth left. She only has a couple, so it takes her forever and ever and ever to finish eating. And Loki will stand over her. Literally will stand over her looking down at her while she's eating. So I keep Loki away, but you try to have all the cats eat together because that's part of how they get a pack mentality and they realize who's in their pack. So I wait a little bit and then I put Thor's food down because Loki, he just scarfs his food down. Like he eats like he's dying, and he's the biggest of my kitties. And so I put Thor's food down and then I put Loki's food down, and I still usually have to watch Loki because he's usually still the first one done. And then Luna is kind of a messy eater. She likes stuff, and she's been like that since she was a kitten. So that's not because she's older. Food will go everywhere. And we always let Thor get it because Thor is the one constantly moving and doesn't have a whole lot of weight on him. So, but I have to watch because if I don't pay attention, Loki will get in there before Thor does. And Thor will wait. Thor waits until I say his name, and he knows I say his name a certain way. I know if I say it right now, he might come running because he knows when I say it a certain way, something good is going to happen. I just say Thor, and then he just comes running. So I don't think I said that loud enough. I think he's out there now. But so he'll come for he'll wait. He'll usually waits until I say his name, and then he comes running and eats up the rest of whatever Luna got everywhere. So because when she's like done with her bowl, she doesn't always clean up after herself. She just walks away. So, but I haven't figured out how to get Loki to like stop. Like I have to watch him, and he's still the first one done. I do try to make him exercise. So I'll take him to the living room and I put him over the side of the couch. I throw him. He always, it's so funny. Our couch is really soft, and he always does this like little like meow. Like it's really weird, like cool, like what am I trying to say? Cute, like little trill. And he always like bounces, like he does this bounce when he's really happy, and he bounces on the couch and he comes running around the couch to come back into the living room, or from the living room into the kitchen. And I go back and I throw him on the couch again. And so he does this running. He'll come running for food. So this is his exercise for the day that I usually do when I'm feeding him. So, but yeah. Hi. Oh, Hi, how have you been? To JL, my cat Tobin will flop on her cat tree to ask for pets. It's the most adorable thing ever. Oh, I bet that is cute. I wanted to hang my washing on the line and it started raining. Try again shortly. I'm sorry. That sucks. You have to do it again. We hang stuff outside too. We can't have a line because it's against our they call that something HOA. Yes, we can't have a line up, but we have like a metal rack that we take out. But if we can't get it outside because it's raining or whatever, we put it inside with a heater. So I don't know if you can do something like that. And good morning. Oh, good mornings and good mornings. How's writing going for everyone? Wish I was getting more done. Kitten Ida has been sitting on my wife's lap and suddenly getting up and runs over and sits on my lap for a bit. It's the most adorable thing. Oh, this may help. Wait, did he say he needed a way? Oh, I have to figure. Oh, see, I saw the D and I thought you were saying you have figured out how to stop my cats from each other's food. But that's not what you meant. You meant I have to figure out how to. I can't tell you how to do that because I haven't figured it out. I just stagger the feeding and then just watch because Loki will eat everybody's food. He will, if you let him, he would push the other cats out to get their food and they will let him because he's kind of the boss. And so this YouTube video may help. It's a video about getting cats to not each other's food. Might be helpful, might not be, but they were a couple of other videos you can check out. I don't know that any of these going to work. Loki is the smart one of the bunch. So I think that whatever I do, he's going to figure a way around it because this is what he does. Nice to see you, Joanne. How are you today? Hugs. Oh, thank you. I'm good. Just trying my best to hit today's goal. Me too. 15,000 words. I'm a little ways away from it. Doing okay. Just feeling groggy and sleepy, but I'm planning to sleep when I get home. Been up since 6 a.m. and now it's almost noon. Hopefully you can get some energy. Thanks, JL. I've been trying to figure out a good title for my next Ko-fi newsletter for June. What's the subject? And so cute. Yeah. Okay, I think I got to the sprints, the end of the comments. So the second joke of the morning is, why do writers always get invited to parties? Anyone have a guess? The last one, the first one of the morning was, what's a writer's favorite exercise, which is synonym roles. I think I said that right. So why do writers always get invited to parties? Joke number 2. Any thoughts? Any guesses? I'm just going to give it another second to see if anyone has any thoughts. You guys are just like giving me the answer. It's probably what I would do because this is what I wouldn't have any clue. But alrighty, I'll reveal the answer. Because they bring their own character. Sorry, it's stupid, but are the parties undersubscribed? Oh, I love that. That's a good answer. Oh, well. All right, we'll get ready for the third sprint. And this one is genre related. And we hit the wrong one. What do you call a fantasy writer's messy desk? Joke number 3. Yep, it jumped on me. Is writing updates for Project Sugar and Spice and some exciting news regarding my Ko-fi. Yeah. I don't know. I'm always in the mind frame like that. Generally, my readers are not going to be interested in my writing updates, but that's probably maybe a imposter syndrome thing. So I always try to think of things that would be interesting from like a reader's perspective, or the things that people are often attracted to reading about. Like people love reading about animals, especially cats and or dogs in the context of writing and or reading. Most people love animals, not all, but anything that sounds a bit mysterious. So make it sound mysterious. You said there's changes coming regarding exciting news, regarding maybe not changes, but exciting news. So make it mysterious about the news. Don't say what the news is, but make it a mysterious thing that will capture people's attention. Maybe that, because they're good at making stuff up. Is this for the next joke? No, it's probably the party one. Yeah. The exciting news being having met 200 followers. Are you at exactly 200 followers right now? Or is it like a different number? Is it like 201, 202, 203, or are you exactly at 200? Because for some reason, it's a psychology thing. Like even numbers like 200 doesn't like grab people's attention as much as like something that just like seems oddball. So like if you say 202, I don't know what else you would say with that. I'd have to think about it, but my brain's on my writing. But congrats, yes, lots of congrats for that. But I might add some food photography to my next newsletter, but I added it last time. Well, you could like pair the number 200. 200 recipes for 200 subscribers? Question mark. So there's your, but you don't have to really do that. It's just something to like generate interest, if that makes sense. I've met 210. It's still a number that's not like oddball. Like it was 211 or 213 or, yeah. That's why I put the 214, 2.14. Although 15,000 words is a good goal for me because I did 16,000 words in my last 12-hour marathon. So, okay. I've got to the end. I don't know if I helped any at all with the thoughts there. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hopefully that was helpful. So let's go ahead and get ready for sprint number 3. Find the right button. That's the right one there. Anyone who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And I don't think you have to, Joanne. So sadly, I do not have 200 of my own recipes. So it doesn't have to be your own. And you don't even have to do anything with 200 recipes. But you can say, you can make it a question. Should I do 210 recipes for each subscriber? Or should I do 210 recipes for 210 subscribers? I mean, it could just be like a question that would be fun to answer, either from you or from coming from your newsletter subscribers. Not something you actually have to do. So I don't know. It's some ideas. Hopefully that helps. All right, for everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that was time on that one. How did it go? I finished writing that chapter and wasn't sure what I was really going to do next. Like I think I want to do this scene that I wrote like 2 years ago between them. This is like when they were like, they've been talking, these characters have been talking in my head for 2 years, a little more than 2 years. And some of it, like I didn't stop, it played on a loop. So I didn't have to like write it down. But this one scene, I was like, I'm going to write this down. And I just came across it not too long ago when I first started writing on this book again. I say again, I wrote the beginning of the book a long time ago because I was like, I kind of need to know where all those brothers are at because they're on the same timeline. and then I had only written the prologue on this one. So I was watching my kiddo come in. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyways, oh Lord, my brain's like all over the place right now, but I'm having trouble concentrating, which is not what I need right now. Sorry, I'm looking at different things here. How many progress? What did I write? 1,061 words. So I finished writing the chapter and I thought I'm being too precious with this chapter. The next chapter, I think I have an idea of what I'm going to do. But in order to do that in that scene and pull that scene that I wrote and pull that into this chapter, I kind of need to add a little bit more to the previous chapter because I'm changing points of view and I want to hit on one important thought for the chapter I just wrote was a nearest point of view. There's one more important thought I need to add in there. And before I moved to Zane's point of view, but I remember that scene I wrote was his point of view, and it actually does better from his point of view. Yeah. So her mission is kind of a failure at this point. They were both secret agents of orders. He found out that, of course, the curse chose her as his next bride. He doesn't get to choose his brides. And if he doesn't marry her, he dies. So he's got to figure out how to work around the curse and what he can do because he doesn't want to marry his enemy. And right now they're trapped underground. And so there's a scene in which he thinks she's being nice. And then, of course, it's like at first he's falling for it. And then he's like confused. And he's like, I don't understand why you're being nice. And I have to look at it again to see what she said. But what she said was pretty good. She's like, who says that's what I'm trying to do or something like that. So I got to go find that scene because I want to get it. But that's in his point of view. And obviously from her point of view, we know what her motivations are for being nice in this scene. And what she's doing and the confusion she causes at first. So we got to be in his point of view. So the reader does not know what is happening. So yeah, there we are. How did you guys do? And I had like 5 minutes left and I went to go do something, stretch, move around. Left off talking about Joanne's newsletter, trying to come up with a subject line, I think is what you were trying to come up with. Did you find one or did you figure out what you wanted to do, Joanne? I don't know if you're still here. And then CJ came in. Hello. Here to get all the words down, starting with some restructuring work. Nice. Hope the thesis is going well. Hello, Devin. How's it going? Are you keeping up with your writing schedule that you were hoping to have? You moved to 2,400 words a day to try to get the witch's crystal done. But I think no, not crystal. Sword. Is it sword? The witch's sword. I think that's the second one, which is the first book. Gosh, I'm sorry. I can't remember the other name. Witch's crystal is the first one. Then you have the witch's sword. Mirror. The witch's mirror. That's the one you were working on, right? I think that's the one you were trying to get done. Yeah, how's that going? My oldest is learning to be a pet parent. A stray kitty came into our yard and she bonded with Bo so fast. He took her to the vet today and felt the pain of the bill. I remember that. I had told my parents for a long time that I wanted a cat, another cat. We had gone through Hurricane Andrew, and we had 2 cats with us through the hurricane. We lived outside for a little while. So to add more trauma to the traumatic experience of going through a hurricane, losing your house and living outside for a few weeks, and then getting sick, so sick that you don't even remember going to the hospital in an airplane. What is that called? A helicopter. Because this is all what happened to me. I got so sick. I had asthma, and I didn't even remember being airlifted out because the roads were not passable. And got to the hospital and got the oxygen I needed. And then a stranger took me in. On top of all this, we had 2 kitties, and one was sick, and she was dying, and we didn't know what. We had just taken her to the vet. And the vet had said she either had AIDS or leukemia. It was something she was born with, and it was going to kill her. What we were doing was keeping her alive, but we didn't get the results back before the hurricane hit. And so my dad tried to put her down, and she hadn't moved in weeks. We were force feeding her, and she fought so hard that he couldn't do it. And then there was a vet that was local in the area where we were staying that we could walk to. It wasn't our vet's office, but he was able to pull the records and found out she had leukemia and that, we were just keeping her alive by force feeding her. So he put her down for free, which was great because we had no money. We were outside. So I had all that on there. Where did I get with this? Oh, the vet. So I had told my parents I wanted a cat myself. And then we still had our older kitty at that time, but she was my mom's cat. And they're like, yeah, we've got this kitty over here that we're adopting. How about, well, he'll be yours, but you got to pay for everything. And I was 14 and making babysitting money and had to pay for everything. But it worked. I didn't end up keeping him for when I left the house because became a teenager and left and went to the military. So he stayed with my parents, but he lived a really long time. It's like 21 years old he lived. He was super smart. I miss him. Just popped on from us taking 3 rambunctious dogs to the vet. 3 of them? I think you said you were taking the dogs to the vet. I didn't know you had 3. Wait, but you have little dogs. Because I'm thinking about, like, we have a German Shepherd now, and, like, he is so rambunctious, and he takes up, like, the entire back seat of my husband's truck. I can't imagine putting 3 dogs like him in the back seat. He's only 7 months, but he's already, like, full grown. He's a big dog. And I think he's still going to get a little bit bigger. For a German Shepherd, he's going to be on the big side. And, yeah, pets can be expensive. Super glad they got to enjoy time with the kitten. Yeah. Tongue tea. Love mode. I just heard my husband come in the door. He's brought pizza, so I'm hungry. Kitten is always fun. What's the kitten's name? Is it a boy or a girl? I didn't even think to ask that. Thanks for asking, Joanne. I don't know if Devin's still here. Hey, giving like in some view time. I appreciate that, Kat. Thank you. I think this formatting is done until I get told otherwise. Fingers crossed, Martin. Figured out which parts need to be moved around, not just fixing some wording to get them to fit together. However, I need them to. You're making progress. Sounds great. Yeah, I hope that you're getting closer and closer to being done with this. And I know you've been working on it for a really long time. Probably missed a chat break, but got a lot done. Missed a chat break 5 minutes ago. No, we're still here. But I got a lot done. Plus, I'm about to revise one of my favorite scenes in the book, chapter title Shotgun Angel. I like to ask you guys that. Do you guys do chapter titles? Like, it's hard to come up with a title for a book, number one. Then if you think about trying to come up with a title for every chapter, it's like, I don't want that extra work. So my chapter titles are just the point of view character. But when I wrote my novella, I added chapter titles. And my novella was based off of a florist, and it was in a florist shop, and it was for the spring festival, which was all about these flowers. So it just made sense. So like all of my chapter titles had something to do with flowers, like roots and seeds and blooming and like this kind of stuff. And that was kind of fun because I had like a theme to work off of. I don't think I'd like to make. And there's like so many different conventions for naming chapter titles, and I wouldn't know which one to go with. That's one of them is having like a theme. I saw a YouTube video on this not too long ago, but I think it was last year sometime, about like 8 or 10 or something, some number of ways to do your chapter titles. And one of them, of course, after your point of view character, if you have multiple points of view. And then there's another one that could be titles of books or like titles of songs or things like that, because those are not copyrightable. And then you get the theme. I can't remember all of them now, but I thought it was interesting. But I was like, I don't know if I want to do that extra work to try to figure it out, because then I'll be like second guessing myself. I like coming up with a title and be like, that's what it is. There we go. When I came up with a title for each of my books in the series I'm currently writing, I knew it was going to be A Curse Of. And the first noun after that is an attribute or feature of a dragon. And then the ampersand sign, not the actual word, but and then a feature or attribute for the love interest. So the first one, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, fit perfectly, especially since if people know going into the book that feathers is an attribute of her and she doesn't have anything to do with feathers, it's really going to make people wonder what the heck is going on until you get to the end of the book. And then it's like, that makes sense. I say it makes sense because that's what my readers have told me. They're like, I didn't guess this. They know the mystery's there. Like, I did not guess this, but once it came out, it made sense. So I was like, okay, I did that good. And then the second one, that one I changed a few times. I was like, because it's wings and gems. And I think I was going to go with gems, but the wings ones, I couldn't figure out that one, but I went that. And then the third one came like that to me. Spikes and smoke. There's enemies to lovers. I mean, the first one's enemies to lovers too, but it's not true enemies to lovers. This one is true enemies to lovers. They're in competing agencies, secret orders. They're on the opposite sides of a war that has happened over the millennium. They're truly enemies, and so like Spikes has like that, like, well, first the word spikes itself is a word that gives you an image, if you get images in your mind of something sharp. Not only that, has a K sound, spikes, and K sounds, harsh sounds like K's and D's often are used like in names for like bad guys and antagonists because they're very harsh sounds. So this is psychology of words. I used to teach this class in my upper level English class in college. This is part of what I would teach them. So I like spikes go and smoke. And then of course you got the K in there again. So spikes and smoke. There's a little bit of an internal rhyme with the K, but not exactly. But smoke is her because in the first book, she has a power that it's a smoke that when it touches anyone who's her enemy, it incinerates them immediately as soon as the smoke touches them, which she actually doesn't have magic at the beginning of this book. Well, for most of the book, we're halfway through. I think at this point, she still doesn't have magic. So I'm sure that my readers will be like, okay, where's this smoke that I saw at the end of the first book? So it's perfect. Yeah, but the next book, that one I renamed. And it was my hairstylist who helped me figure it out. And that one has an internal rhyme. That one, it's going to be a curse of claws and frost. So you got the internal rhyme, and I really like that. But it took me a really long time to come up with a feature for the female protagonist, who is actually the antagonist through the rest of the stories. That would make sense with the first one. Yeah. On a tangent again. Let's go on. Next week, I finally start filming new videos for my channel. I already have a list of 20 topics to cover to make sure I stay consistent until I get back in the habit. When you say you're going to start filming, are you going to like film in a batch and then edit and then start publishing after you've done all of that? Or are you going to like film one and edit it and publish it? So like you're going to start filming next week. Are you also publishing next week? I think that's like the question I'm getting to. Going to cover things like first lines from different books. I have a hiccup, y'all. I'm hungry. If you didn't know, I get hiccups when I'm hungry and haven't eaten yet. I say haven't eaten yet. I did. I had a bagel, but I'm hungry. Going to cover things like first lines from different books I have, go over some tidbits from my own books, do a couple of movement videos for desk dwellers, etc. Ooh, the movement videos for desk dwellers. I need that one. I'm be studying too much. OMG, thanks for taking care of a stray cat. Yes. I had to come up with the chapter titles for serials. I'm not a fan, but every now and then I came up with a good one. That's true. If you're publishing a serial fiction on a site that is for consumption, right? Like because he's on Royal Road, then you would need to have some type of title go with it. Originally, I wasn't going to have chapter titles, but I find it so much easier to quickly reference what I was reading when I picked the book back up because the titles. That's smart. I never thought about it in that respect. I think when I made my chapter titles for my one novella, it's done on the theme. And I mean, some of it's like kind of will give you an idea of what the chapter is. I can't remember what I think it's like one is seeds of distrust. Well, there's a lot of distrust in the novella. And I'm like, well, which one is this one? I have to try to remember. But I do reverse outline. And when I do the reverse outline, I do it as paragraphs. Short little paragraph. It has right up front the chapter title or the chapter number, the point of view character, the setting, and then it's followed by words that summarize what happens in the chapter. And I try to hit on the turning point and the emotional arc. So I find that helps me. Okay. But if I was just trying to glance, I had 110 chapters in my last book and I was like, scroll. So if I just had chapter titles, that might've helped me. And for myself, if I find a good chapter titles for myself, you must be doing speech to text, aren't you? Or something. Maybe it's quickly typing because I think I picked up that on another one. Try and pick back up the titles. This one where it says tidbits. And I was like, I don't think that's supposed to be capitalized. And I felt like that was like a speech to text error because I know what you meant. That's not what you meant. So, and for myself, if I find a good chapter title can be the reason I keep reading rather than go to bed. Never thought about that either. You know, I mean, I have thought about that in regards to like my chapter titles are the character, the point of view character. If a reader likes one character, and I'm saying this from my experience when I've seen books that had the characters as the chapter title. If I see a certain name for the chapter title, I'm like, oh yeah, like if I really like them, that like their point of view, I can't wait to read the chapter. And there's some, of course, that does the opposite way, where if I see one that I'm like, this point of view is really not that great, then it makes me, not as excited to read it. I'm hoping that, and I don't have that with every book that has chapter titles with character names. It's just occasionally you have a book with a character that's just not as exciting, or in my opinion, it's just me, my what I'm thinking. So I do wonder if that works. I just did ask my Omega readers, because they're reading this book that I'm writing as I'm writing it. And the last chapter I put up, I asked them, do you have a point of view character that you like better between Nira and Zane? Because most of so the first 2 books in the series is also multiple points of view. Now, it's only the male and the female leads. There's only 2 points of view in each book. And the majority of the chapters have been in the female's point of view lead. But I am finding that in this book, it's pretty even, with maybe Zane edging out Nira a little bit. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. And like, am I liking Zane better, or just like his point of view better? So I had asked my Omega readers, and it was one of the questions I added on the chapter, and one didn't answer that question. She talked about something else, because the box only gives you so much to write in since story origin. And then the other one, she did answer me, and she said she likes both of them equally. She said something else. I don't remember what she said. And I have a third one, but she hasn't made it that far yet. These are just readers who have read like the rest of my works, and they asked what I was writing, if I was getting anything done on the next book, because they really wanted to read it. I'm like, hey, it's a very rough draft. Don't know if you actually want to read it. And they were all like, yes, I want to read it. One of my Omega readers is actually in my Fated Adventures. So I think she's putting her time and dedication into that, because she's also promoting it, which is really great, because I didn't ask her to do that. But she has promoted. She was on my street team for my first book in the series, and she'll probably be on my street team for the second book when I get ready to put it on retailer platforms. So she's not kept up with this book as much, but oh wait, maybe it wasn't the last chapter. Was it the chapter before? I must have put up more chapters, because I'm not seeing. I don't know which chapter I put that on. I must have added more chapters on there. I think pizza is here. I don't know. Sorry, I'm not going to waste our time. I don't remember which chapter I put that. It was a recent chapter, but I must have put more chapters up since then. I thought it was the last one. I can't remember what I'm doing. So laundry on the way, cleaning done, lunch done, and I cut my BF's hair. Now see my hair? I went to this hairstylist yesterday, and because I went to get a haircut, and I didn't pay attention when she was cutting my bangs. I've been growing out my bangs, and then she cut bangs. And I'm like, oh, I hate this. And it's right before the Author Tube Writing Conference. It's not going to grow out enough before the conference. And I always want to text her and be like, okay, when I ask for a haircut, that doesn't include bangs. Like I have a whole separate issue with bangs, and she knows I do, because I've been going to her for a few years. Like my bangs, I have a cowlick like right here. So my bangs have always been an issue. And I was getting rid of my bangs. I always had them because I have a 5 head instead of a 4 head. But now it's like not growing out again. I'm like, oh, and it's driving me nuts right now. I get on tangents. Let's go on. But you only just take one of the sentences or a few words. Oh, I've seen that I've seen authors do that. They take one sentence or a few words from the chapter. I think that was one of the things that they talked about, was that the chapter title could be the last sentence of the chapter, especially if you tend to write chapters that end up in a different place than where they started. So if you have the last line as the chapter ending, people are going to start reading and be like, where's this? How's this going to happen? How are we going to get there? So like it intrigues the reader a little bit more. But I do that with any poems I write. Usually my poem titles are the first line of my poem. And that's taken directly from my favorite poet, Emily Dickinson, because that's how she does her poem titles. So I also use a lot of M dashes because of Emily Dickinson, which if you guys didn't know, the M dash is now called the ChatGPT dash. And if you use it, it means you're using AI to write your stuff. And I'm like, but this is an actual legitimate punctuation that has its own name. And I love using it because my favorite author uses it. So But yeah, so, but I have literally, now that I'm writing and I put M dash in there, I'm like, oh, space, back. Let me put a comma. I'm not going to use parentheses. I'm not going to do that. That, typically M dash is used to set off information, and you can also use parentheses to do that. But I only do that in my nonfiction writing, not in my fiction. And I don't use M dashes in my nonfiction writing. Not that I do a whole lot of nonfiction writing, but I do a little bit. Like one chapter, we see a big secret revealed. Oh, you'll see a lot of my parentheses in my emails, because that's nonfiction writing. When I'm emailing people, I do a lot of stuff in parentheses, where if I was writing that in fiction, that would be an M dash. But like in one chapter, we see a big secret revealed to the main character. So I just titled the chapter Secrets Revealed. And that's perfect. So the word secret, it automatically hits something in the human psyche that starts intrigue. It's just something about that. There's just a couple words like this. I think there's a name for it, like power word or something like this. I just read the psychology on this a couple weeks ago. There's like certain power words that you can use when you're titling something, like whether it's for your thumbnail, for your video or book or whatever, like secret, the word secret really touches something in our psyche that we want to know more. Yeah, it's a good one. See, you seem like you're good at doing chapter titles, JL. I'm not. So yeah, I just come up with the chapter titles as I write them. It's the subject matter. I don't put in hard work for it, except that first chapter of the first book, which is like the important one to get people in, right? Hi, Rachel. It's a song title. I listened to that song on replay while coming up with my chapter. And then as I worked on that chapter, actually, I've done that in the past. There was a short story I wrote 2018, and I was listening to a song over and over again while I was writing it, and I used that for the title, the short story, for one of the scenes in the short story as a title. I don't know if that made sense. Same, Rachel. Like for me, it's pretty effortless because I literally just choosing a few words or the theme of that chapter as the title. Like one of the titles is Bubbles Burst. I like the alliteration because we see at the end of that chapter, the main character says she thought the bubble around her family would always protect them, forgetting how easily bubbles burst. So you took the last line, part of the last line, and put it as your chapter title. That's cool. Yes, I definitely want to batch create my videos. This way I can set up my lighting and everything once and get multiple videos filmed, one day filming, one day editing, one day uploading. Yeah, I love that idea too. That's how I like to do it. By the way, if you guys didn't know, I'm still leaving the banner up down below, but there's joke number 3 is in the works there. What do you call a fantasy writer's messy desk? It's just a joke. Of course, I'm using talk to text in between that. My New England accent and autocorrect literally should just be using emojis. I don't know what that looks like. What is it? Laughing face. For him, it's really cut using a clipper at 3 high all over, a bit of scissor work around the ears and shaving the line at the back, and it's done. Sounds like it's easy. Need you to do my bangs. I hadn't done it in a while, so he was really looking forward to it. Also, I love it. Me too. I love the M dash. And I absolutely refuse not to use it when I feel like it's a proper punctuation for the way that I want the reader to mentally read the line. I shouldn't be scared off by a I. Probably chat, right? Chat GPT or AI. Stupid. I know what you did there now. I didn't get it. Sorry, went over my head. Do y'all know I actually do have blonde in my hair? I grew up with all the blonde jokes. And thank you. I think I got to the end. Let's see. Okay, here's the joke. What do you call a fantasy writer's messy desk? Anybody? It's a cluttered realm. All right, we're going to head into another hour of focused writing. I'm going to get some lunch first. Get rid of these hiccups. And then get into brainstorming. Yes, brainstorm. A brainstorm. I love that. That's for the joke. What's a writer's favorite drink? A brainstorm. Wait, that could go for both. That could go for the drink and the desk. I have never heard of this one, and I didn't make up any of these jokes. I found them. So I had never heard of this one. I thought, oh, this is kind of cool. I like this one. The next joke. But check. So, okay, 1 hour is going to be on the clock. Put the right buttons here. Yay, I hit the right button. And for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 hour on the clock in 3, 2, 1, good luck. That's time on that. How did you guys do? Need to add up the rest of my words here. Write it down. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. I'm like, where was I at? I'm looking at the clock. Like, did I write? I wrote it down. Okay, so this, let me figure out. I finished up that chapter. I went back and added some more to that chapter. Found the scene that I wrote a while ago. When did I write that scene? I don't know. I put it into a new document. I put it into a new document last year, so I don't know when I originally wrote it. I think it was with my other computer, and that's why it was put into a new document. Okay, what did I write? 560 words in the new chapter, but I had 4 other words I deleted. So it's 564 on that. But in the previous chapter, so a total of 1394 from the previous chapter to this chapter. It's chapter 49. I had 110 chapters in my last book. I think it's 60 something chapters. Oh wait, I have it. Oh, it's my pizza plate. Yeah, you put that in the trash. Okay, I'll put that in the trash next. Let's see, how many chapters is this? Oh wait, I think it was 60 chapters in the first book. Oh, I had it and then I lost it. Yeah, 60 chapters was right. And I have 110. Can you guys see the blue? It's so pretty. Oh wait, I don't know if it's showing up on the screen. So this is the blue, like colored edges. Wait, that's not looking as pretty. Maybe like that. And then the one for the new book is that color. So if you actually put it together, you can see the 2 different colors. And the next one is going to be purple. So you can't really see the difference. Can you see the differences in that? I can see it better off screen. Let me see. I think the blue one is prettier. It's like a more vibrant color, especially when you're going through the pages. Hold on, I'm trying to get this. And then this one is like a sea green. Oh no. Hopefully I didn't lose you guys. Okay. It looked like everything froze up on me. So yeah. So the next one is going to be purple, but it'll probably be like a light purple on the outside. And I kind of did that on purpose with the colors. So this one is like the blue and there's some green tones in it. It's kind of like, I don't think it really came out on the cover too much, but there's a little bit of green that's in this blue. It's more green than there is blue in this color here. So that was supposed to go with this one where there's more green, but then I've also brought in purple because there's purple in the next book for the cover. So kind of trying to get all that in there. I do not have an idea of what the 4th book is going to look like. So far, everything's been kind of based on the color of the dragon. So the first one, he's blue and cobalt blue and black. And then the next one is like a sea green and blue color. And the next one is black and purple. But the last dragon is white with a little bit of blue, tiny, tiny little bit of blue. And I'm like, oh, white cover is not going to work. So I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Maybe mostly blue. That's going to be really, really different. And the way I've been setting it up too is that each cover is supposed to have been getting progressively darker. So that one's slightly darker. And then the 3rd book is supposed to be even darker color, just to symbolize like the progression of the story. Even though this is all nonlinear, there's like a few more like darker things that are coming up, especially because the main antagonist for the first 3 books is the love interest of the 4th brother. And so she has to be redeemed. But in order to be redeemed, she has to go through a lot of stuff. So it's going to be a little bit darker. I actually have a chapter in the current book I'm writing, my work in progress, that I thought was kind of dark. Like I thought it was. So I put at the end my notes on it to my Omega readers that I was a bit worried about it because I thought it was a bit darker. But I'm trying to get like readers prepared for what the Snow Princess has to go through to get redeemed. And both of my readers have already read that one, that chapter. They both said, oh, this wasn't that dark. Like, oh, okay. I guess I don't write dark. I guess I shouldn't be worried about it. But yeah. Okay, where am I at? I got too much to open here. It's probably why everything's slowing down because I have too much open. Let me close some of this stuff so I don't get locked out. Okay. see how you guys did. And don't forget, we do have the joke if you've, I don't know if you've answered it already, but what is a writer's favorite drink? Ooh, 28 comments. Let me get over here. Oh yeah, I left off here. When I was saying I'm doing jokes today, I didn't make up any of these jokes. And so Martin was like, can't wait to see your stand-up special on Netflix. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, Rita. Had breakfast, chat with the hubs, which Rita has got. She got this book, and I have all of those coming in right now. So this is the hardcover special edition. I actually think Melvin got this book too. So this has got the dragon scale underneath. Nope, not this one. Where's it at? What did I do with it? Hold on. I think I see it. Okay, y'all don't even know. Okay, here's the special edition for the most current book. That I think Melve and Rita got it. I think Vanessa also got it too. So for the special edition, the first time, my first Kickstarter, the special edition, I had the regular cover. The cover like this was underneath, and it was a different cover on top. And I wasn't real crazy about what the cover designer did with that, so I didn't decide to do that for the second one. So for the second book, what I decided to do was that I did the cover underneath. It's a dragon scale. Now, it was a certain color. I found it, I think I got it from Deposit Photos, and then I just colorized it. So you've got this. It's got the colored edges that are the green color. And then, of course, it's got the color photos on the inside. And then the dragon scale, which this one is a color that's supposed to match like with the book. And it's really pretty. And then one person, I think, got it because I decided to go ahead and do it for the first book too. I didn't sell this during my first Kickstarter, but I offered it as part of the second one. And I don't know if, it may not, there was a lot of stuff I offered. So some people may not have known I had it, but one person ordered it. And I love this one better. So it's still the same dragon scale, but it's colorized and the saturation and everything was done differently to match this. And again, I did it myself, other than I didn't make the scales. I got that picture from Deposit Photos. So then that's that one. It's so pretty with the color edges. So one person got this book, but I'm glad I've got it. And I think that's going directly to them. Now, those who got the special edition for this one, I'm still waiting on those to come to my house. That came, this arrived like 2 weeks ago, and it's still not here. Once they arrive to my house, because the reason why those are coming to my house is because that was assigned editions. So, but yeah, you can see it, the different colors and the sides. I love it. It's so pretty. And I've already started working on the one with the purple. So yeah. And then you got of course, the words on the side. But yeah, can't wait. Okay. I like pretty books. So I know they're mine, but they're pretty. So had breakfast, chat with Hubs, now back to work. Nice. Which did you want to say? What, I had pizza for lunch. So I missed a chat. Son came home and Lucy is old, mostly blind and deaf, definitely deaf. At this point, we're going to keep her comfy. She's a lover and a purr. Oh, well, I'm glad you guys are able to give her a good home for the last part of her life. Did that have any idea like how old she was? I know it's probably harder to do it when as they get older, it's harder. Hi, Melissa. How's it going? Rita, Melissa, hello. Gonna hop off and do a little house. So I can get some movement in. Also give my eyes a break from the screen. I feel that. I'll be back for the next chat break. I was like, tomorrow I don't want to look at a screen. I'm like, oh, I can't because I've got to get the rest of my stuff printed for the month 3 packets and then finish doing the online stuff because I got derailed with I had started it. I thought, I could take a break and do some writing. So I spent several days writing. This was 2 weeks ago instead of working on my website. And then, of course, this past week, I had people choose their characters. So then, and that's for the Fated Adventures. So I'm talking about the month 3 packet. So I had several people choose their characters from month 2. So I had to print off all of month 2. And this is like, I really want to make sure like I'm printing it all on the same time because it takes a lot to make sure, am I printing it the right way? Is it coming out the way? Because some of it's double-sided, and depending if it's a landscape or portrait, am I hitting the right buttons? So I have to be like very careful with everything I'm hitting, depending on what I'm printing. Did I tell you, like, no one chose Garnexus? So there's 4 characters that people can choose from. Do I have it? I think I have it over there. I don't know what I do with it. No one chose Garnexus until this past week. So now I was going to show something, but I don't know what I did with this. So never mind. Let me go on. Hello. Hello. Hi. More hellos. Nicole, hello. I'm currently reading Beautiful Ugly by Alice Feeney. Is it any good? What genre is it? And welcome. I don't know if you've been here before. I feel like you're a new name for me. So if you're new, welcome to the channel. And if you've been here before, welcome back. What am I reading? I'm reading like 3 different books because I can't get into any one of them. I've been trying. I've been having a hard time in the last few. I usually read a book. I think what's my average? I read a book in 1.65 days. So I've been working on 3 books for the past few days because I can't get into any of them. And I'm afraid to start another that I can't get into. So I don't even know what I'm reading. I did finish one of them last night. So I did finish it. I don't know what I read though. It's sci-fi. It was sci-fi romance on a prison planet. But I couldn't tell you what it was called. Whoop, whoop, lunch is done just in time. I think that puts me at book 112 for the year. I do write them all down, but I don't write them down as I'm doing it because I don't remember to do it. But otherwise, I would forget all the names of all the books I read. Yeah, so my last one was 106. But I keep track of how many books in my head. That's about I can keep a number in my head, but not the names. The whole series. I went through this whole series. I liked it. Okay, it wasn't too bad. I went through the whole thing. It was by Alexis Pierce. I think I talked about that on my channel earlier this week or last week. But it was a Dragon Shifter series. But it was in contemporary times, which I don't typically like contemporary stuff. But that is okay. Getting my coffee ready, and we'll be jumping in sometime after the start of the sprint. Nice. Going to get some writing in. Hello to everyone. Malve, banking done. Now it's playtime. I think I'll work on my crafting project during the next sprint. What did you say what your crafting project was? I think Alicia is right. She was doing the diamond painting. I don't really do crafting projects. I do like crafts. That's what I was going to show you for everybody. So Garnexus is a metal fae, and as part of the packet that went out for the second month, she had like a piece of metal. But I was like, I'm not going to actually put metal in the mail. So what I got is I found this picture. I think I might have got it from Pixabay. And it was like this rusty metal, like with like, that was I don't know how you say the word. For those who don't know me, I'm partially tone deaf, and I don't know how words are supposed to sound. A lot of times, corrugated. I don't even know if it doesn't sound like I'm saying it right. So it looks corrugated. So the metal piece looks like that. So I took the picture and I colorized it to what I want to match. And it has a rune on it. So then I love doing this kind of stuff. This is what I like doing. So like delete it out, but not all of it. Like erase out parts of the rune that's on the piece of metal on the paper. So it looks like some of the parts is coming through, like the parts that's higher up on the corrugated metal that's higher up. The rune kind of disappears a little bit. So it looks like it was like rubbed off. And then I sat there, and these like corrugated are so tiny. And I sat there folding it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it actually looks like a piece of metal, but it's paper. So it's really cool. I think I have it over there, but I'm not going to worry about it. I already sent it out in the mail, the one I sent her, but when I did hers, because it's so little, there was 3 in a row. So I just did all 3 at the same time and then cut them up. But yeah. Adeshley saying hi. Adeshley. Hello. Oh, I clicked on it. Didn't do anything. Hello from Melve to Adeshley. Uses the air horn. Love the blue edge. Yes, I do too. I think the blue edge is so pretty. I mean, I like both of them, but I like the blue one better. I mean, from the side, I think I like the kind of bluish green one better, because the blue one here, it looks, I remember when I first opened the box, I was like, oh, that's not exactly the color I was going for, because I wanted something that was like more cobalt in color. But when you flip through the pages, it's like a higher saturation. Like, see, that is so much prettier when you're doing the side. I like that. Which you don't have the same effect with this one, which I don't know why. Oh, well, it's the saturation of the color, but this is a lighter color. It kind of looks the same from the front to the inside. It looks the same. So yeah, just waiting for the books to come in. Color edges look so cool. I like the blue. Yeah. And I hired a company to do the file for this one, but because I know a little bit about graphics and whatnot, I paid them for that one. And then I reverse engineered what they did in my graphics program. And so I did this one myself. But yeah. The blue edges are gorgeous. I love them too. Yeah. Yeah. Yay. Hi, Adeshle from Melissa. Waffles all around from Adeshle. Adeshle, bring in the air horn and waffles. You're my favorite. JC, hey. Wait, are you leaving? I'm not leaving. Did you think I was leaving? Did I say something about leaving? I don't know. What did I say? I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. I'm not leaving. I'm still here. Silver edges for the white dragon. The only thing is, I don't think that. So silver in a graphics program, there's not like anything that looks silver. It looks gray. And the only way you can get something to look silver in a graphics program is done by the embossing and engraving that you do with it. A little bit of the coloration, the shadows, where you brighten the brightness and the shadows and the highlights. So that's how you can get something to look silver. With this is just a file that is a color file. So it's not like it's actually like, it's not spray painted on. It's done by the actual file itself. The file is colored. So I don't think I can make it look silver. It would look gray. I could change the saturation of the gray. I could change the brightness of the gray, but it would come out gray. I do love that idea. But for me to be able to do silver, that would be I mean, there are companies that do things like that. But I have to think about costs. So I don't make a whole lot of money on my Kickstarters. I mean, it's a couple $1,000s that I'm raising. But after the Kickstarter fees and then paying for the products, paying for the people who, create some of this stuff for me. And I pay for deposit photos, which is where I got the grayscale from. So, after paying for all these things, there's not really a whole lot left over. I'm trying to think. I think it was almost $500 is what I had left over after this past Kickstarter, in which my next book cover cost $375. There's not really much left over after that. So I'm not really making money. I'm not making a living off the Kickstarters. I'm making just enough so I'm not in the hole because my first series, I'm still in the red. I'm still in the negative. So this one is getting me to a point where I'm not in the negative. I can continue to publish for the love of publishing and writing versus being in the hole. Of course, I would like to make a lot of money, but I'm not there. So to get this silver edges, Book Vault, I think probably could do something like that, but they only do those books over in the UK. So for me to get those books, I'd have to have it shipped to me, or I'd pay for the shipping from them to the reader. But like with the special editions, especially for this special edition for that Kickstarter, I usually sign them. So that would be shipped to me, and then I would have to ship it out. And to ship from the UK to me, and if I did a whole box of books, because I think I had to buy, actually it was smaller this time. I only had like 7 of these that I sold. On the first Kickstarter, I only had the really one special edition. I didn't have other ones. And I sold like 24 of those. So that's not really a lot. The more you buy, the better, rate you can get. But I'm not going to buy a bunch of books that I'm not selling, and I don't sell these books outside of Kickstarter. So I only have them during the Kickstarter. And so, yeah, it's not cost effective for me to do it. And there's no one in the US, the continental US, that I can hire that has been able to justify the cost for me. And I tried to do my own edges too. I do have one down here. Here is one where I tried to do my own sprayed edges. Look how awful that looks. I couldn't get it. It did not come out. It kept coming off. And it's like a glittery. It's very close to this color, but with like glitter, like silver glitter in it. And this is not the only book I tried on. This was from the previous Kickstarter book that was a special edition, which didn't have color. And so I thought, well, I was going to try it and on this. And there's a couple of different ones of these I went through. I tried to do it myself. I couldn't figure it out. There's lots and lots of help like on Facebook and people who do it and they're successful. I followed all of their tips and tricks. Didn't make it. Did not get the books to work. So yeah, it hasn't worked for me. I would love to do the silver edges though. That would be really cool. I'm just bringing the awesome y'all taught me. But silver in the cover could work well because I'm already thinking about what's my cover going to look like. I have no idea what that cover is going to look like. Let's bring it awesome. Y'all taught me. Dance, procrastinate. Ella, I meant to send over the dancing lady, not the word dance to celebrate. Well, I mean, I'll take dance and the dancing lady. I think it goes well. So pretty. Yes, beautiful. It's so cool. Yeah, they're pretty. I just like it because they're pretty. It's much better than my, oh, I didn't show you that edge. That edge kind of kept the color a little bit, but it still kind of came off. But you see, that's what I was going for. And I tried different spray paints and different setups. It's kind of glittery on the screen. It's so pretty when I first did it, but the minute I started going through the pages, it all started coming off. So I was like, okay, well, and after trying 3 different books and ruining all of them, I was like, okay, I'm done. Gotta go check on the water boiling. Back. I guess I talked too long. Hi, how's it going? Saying hi to everyone. Yes, we're writing and working on a suspense scene still. Nicole says, yes, this is my first time here. I just added A Curse of Scales of Feathers to my TBR. Yay, I can't wait to read it. The book I'm currently reading is a thriller. So I don't write thrillers. I don't know if that's like the genre. You might be a multi-genre reader. I used to be a multi-genre reader until I decided to write fantasy romance. And now that's pretty much what I read. Although, I mean, I do go into like the PNR sometimes. So Curse of Scales of Feathers was my first foray into fantasy romance. And it's a bit tame compared to the rest of my books because it was the first one I wrote in the genre. But I am my books are set up where the fantasy is a major part of the plot. So it is set up where, like, if you took out the fantasy, the book wouldn't work. If you took out the romance, the book wouldn't work. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not. And additionally said, awesome, Nicole, welcome. Hi, Nicole. Melvay says, I got a needle felting kit of a monstera plant. Vase is done, and I'm starting the leaves and stems. I don't know what a needle felting kit is. I feel like if I look at those words like individually and then put them together, I have an idea of what that is. But yeah, I've never heard of that before. But I'm not really much of a craft person other than the corrugated metal that I did. Hi, JC from Rita. Still restructuring, but notes are being made and applied to the drafts for progress. Making sense. That's awesome, CJ. Hi, Faryad. I'm late, but I'm here. You're here on time. I'm going to be here for at least another few more hours. I'm going to 8 p.m. my time. It's almost 2 my time, so it's 6.5 hours. Yep. Wait, I'm still not at the halfway point. I don't write, but I love to read. I hope that's okay. Yeah, no. I mean, we're all readers here too. So the way I look at it is this is a marathon sprint for me to get some of my writing in because I'm going to be very busy over the next month. I founded and chair a writing conference that's happening at the end of June. So I was like, I need to get ahead on my goal, get a little bit ahead so that I don't feel like this pressure, like I'm not getting done. And it's just self-pressure for myself because when I don't feel like I've written enough, I start getting down. So yeah, that's what that's about. I went on a tangent there and I lost where I was going. Sorry. Hi, Freya, says Adeshle. I don't know if I'm saying that right. If I'm saying it wrong, please let me know. No, Shannon, I saw that you had been streaming 5 hours already, and it sounded like you were wrapping things up when I first came in. Glad you're not leaving. I'm not leaving, not for a little bit. My goal was to get to 15,000 words, which is 2.14% of my overall yearly goal, which is 15,000 words, which the last time I did 12-hour marathon, I got just over 16,000 words. So I could do it. But for some reason, I'm having a hard time getting this stuff written. I'm getting stuff done, but I'm having a hard time I don't know if I'm going to hit 15,000. Hey, Rita, more than okay, says Adeshle to Nicole. We're just a bunch of fun here. Yes, more than okay. Yeah, that's more okay. Yeah, there's definitely some readers. Alicia was here earlier. I think she's just a reader. I think she has a booktube channel. I think that's all I've seen on her channel. I'm trying to remember what I've watched. We're just a bunch here. And hi, Adeshle. Thank you. We love readers here. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're all readers. Breaks you essentially. Read Kickstarter. It breaks you even. Yes, essentially. Yeah, and that's the main goal for me because I spent many years teaching people how to write better because I taught college English and literature, and then I was a writing coach as well during all that time. And I just kept thinking, this is really what I want to be doing. I want to be writing, but I couldn't write myself when I was busy teaching everybody else to be a better writer. So when I got to the point in my life where I could do this full time, then I thought, yeah, I want to do it, but I'm not going to do it and lose money. So which is what I'm still in the hole with my first trilogy. So yeah, that's probably not going to change how much money I make off of it, because I still sell copies of it, of that trilogy. But at the rate that it's going, and still at the rate it's going, because I've said this for 2 years now, but I pretty much still sell the same amount of books now in that series as I did 2 years ago. I'm going to be 80 before I pay off my debt on that series. So yeah. FYI, there's even Google Sheets link for, oh yes, that's right. Well, Nicole might know about the reader sprints. Possibly that might be how they found me. Because I think I'm on those sheets. I think Christina puts me on them, or Vanessa does, or probably both of them. So yeah, down below in the description box, there are 2 spreadsheets, 2 Google Sheets. And the first one goes to AuthorTubers. Oh, it's updated and maintained by AuthorTubers, and has AuthorTubers and BookTubers on there. And then the second one is updated and maintained by BookTubers, and it has BookTubers and AuthorTubers on there. So yeah. Yeah, no, because quite a number of writers are readers. Yes, of course. Wow, that's so interesting. Thanks for explaining all that. I had no idea. Was that me explaining about the Kickstarter? And I think I talk too long and then I lose where I'm at in the conversation. I even read on occasion. I read a lot. I'm a very fast reader too. I just don't have the best memory. I did for the first time last year read a book that I realized I had read before. That's when I realized I need to start writing down titles. They start reading books like, I feel like I know this book. I feel like I've read this before. Kept reading. I think I've read this. I was like, okay, if this is the ending, I've read this book. And that's what it was. And I was like, okay, I've read this book before. But it was the first time I've ever read a book twice, not on purpose. Thank you for everyone for the warm welcome. Definitely check out that Google Sheet. Yes, there's a couple of them down there. And hey, at least you gave it a try. Yes, I tried. Because I think that these sprayed edges are so pretty, but just it's not really cost effective if you're wanting to not go in the hole or make even the tiniest bit of profit on it, or you pass the costs on to the people who are buying the book, which that would be like the only thing I could do. And even passing the cost of the book onto the Kickstarter backers, if I was to do that, I felt that it was so high of a cost just to break even that I was like, I don't know that it's worth it for me to do this where I'm just going to break even. I mean, the idea would be to, hopefully at least my goal with every Kickstarter is that I make enough money profit wise that can pay for my next book cover. That's my goal with every Kickstarter. And so far I've been able to do that. So that's been great. Yeah, I just couldn't see it. Now, for someone who sells hundreds of copies of a book, getting 100 copies from like Book Vaults overseas is actually more manageable because of the cost you save on the costs with that. So, I spit out my water when you showed that last set you tried. Oh, was that bad? Oh my gosh. Oh, Nicole, I too love thrillers and mysteries. I like mysteries. I think with thrillers, because I really get into stories and then I feel my heart going and I'm like, no, it's not where I want to be. I'm okay with like thrilling scenes in a book, or like a whole book. And I've read thrillers. I've read everything. I don't like the feeling I get. I don't like having my heart going a million miles an hour for most of a book. And I know that feels good for some people. It does not feel good for me. I read a little bit of everything. So eclectic reader. My favorite genres at the moment are fantasy and thriller. Ooh, fantasy and thriller together. Do people write fantasy and thriller? I bet that's probably like closer to dark fantasy. You know what, Shannon? If I had properly read the stream title, then I would have known that. LOL, forgive me. It's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. I can relate to that, getting stuff done, but feel like there's so much still to do. Mm-hmm. I thought your 12-hour streams were only on the first Saturdays. No. So the first Saturdays of the month, I share my StreamYard with Andy because at the moment, I am grandfathered in with my StreamYard price, and it's really, really, really cheap. So, and when everybody's StreamYard went up last year, even those who said that they were grandfathered in and they weren't grandfathered in, they told me I was grandfathered in, and I was grandfathered in. So I paid less than $100 for the year. And I had already offered it to share with Andy for him to get his 4,000 watch hours so he can get monetized. And, once he got monetized, it doesn't bother me. I mean, he's a really polite guest on the back end. Whatever live streams he does, he always goes through and he makes sure he deletes the live stream out so it doesn't fill up my library. He's very polite about everything. So he's doing the first Saturdays of every month, and we can't stream at the same time out of the same StreamYard account. So I don't do the first Saturdays. He does the first Saturdays. So I wasn't expecting a 12-hour one today. Yeah. And this will be my last 12-hour one for a couple months, because next month is tomorrow. Next month is the conference, which I'm going to be super busy with. And then usually in July, the first couple weeks of July, my brain is like mush after the conference. There's just so much that goes into it and that I can't think. And then the last 2 weeks I'm taking off of July to take my kiddo to a camp that he was nominated for. It's a STEM camp, and he's not ready to be there overnight yet. For those who don't know, I think he's listening to me. My kiddo is neurodivergent. So he's not ready for overnight, which is an overnight camp, but I found out I can just go there and stay in a hotel and then pick him up at the end of the day so that he can be with me. So I'll be gone during that time period. So August will probably be the next time I do another 12-hour stream. Hello, how's it going? Are you writing today? You'll live to 100 and then you'll be making money. Yes, there we go. Positive thinking. We got it. Hi, Dawdling Writer. Hey, Dawdling Writer. LOL. Hello. Oh, no, it wasn't that bad at all. It was what you said. It was your last attempt to spray edges yourself, so you're adorable. Oh, I don't even know what I said, but I appreciate it. I just thought when you said you spit out the drink, I was like, yeah, it was that bad, huh? I've bought books in a series twice or 3 times. I couldn't remember if I had already bought them. Now I have a book list on my phone of the series I have, so I don't do that again. See, I've tried to do like electronic, like remembering things electronically, like putting things in I don't do so well with that. So I just write it down. If I find the pages again. That's my how many books I've read so far. I just write down the book title, the author, and then I put, like, if it's a DNF, I put DNF and circle it next to it. I have read a book that I DNF'd and then gone back and read it again, not remembering that I DNF'd it, and then get to a point I'm like, oh, this book sucks. And sorry, but this is, we don't agree with everything that we read, right? We don't not agree. We don't connect. We don't connect with everything that's written. And I'm like, oh, there's a reason why. I was like, oh yeah, this is one that DNF'd. That's why. But yeah, I've tried, like, the only thing I'll put into my phone that I can somewhat remember are like appointments. And then everything else I write in my book. If I have meetings or whatever, I put it in here. And that's also where I keep track of all my writing. So I found that that's like the only thing that works for me. And that was so many years of trying different things. Yes, AWC. Yeah, and you were your clones wanting to break after the conference. Yes, me and my 7 clones. Wait, I didn't mean to ask. Like, my kiddo just left out. We're talking about me having clones at night, and they're saying Shanon has 8 clones. But if we have 8 clones, and then there's me, there's really 9 of me, which is an odd number, and I don't like odd numbers. So really it's 7 clones, and plus me, then that's 8. I'm a numbers person. I don't always get it right when I add and subtract and divide and all that, but I thought about that. Let's go a little deeper in the thinking. Probably not where you want it to go, JC. So we're referencing conversations had during JC's live streams on Wednesday evenings. And the conversation has been continued in Nia's live streams, but Nia's on a break right now into the middle of June. So, okay, so 7 clones then. Okay. I was just wondering, I mean, I like the idea of 8 clones, but then if I'm also in the mix, then that's 9. But 9 is not a bad number. Tesla thought 3, 6, and 9 were the key numbers to understanding the universe. I mean, you could add a clone and make it 10. True. You guys keep wanting to give me more clones. All right, I think we got to the end of the comments, so let's go ahead and the joke from this last time around. What is a writer's favorite drink? Anybody think of one? These are not jokes I made up, but they're funny. This was one of my favorite ones when I was looking at different jokes today. 2, 4, and 8 are pretty. I agree. I like even numbers. So 2, 4, and 8. And 8 is half of my favorite number, 16. Divide by 2, you got 8. Divide by 2, you got 4. And then divide by 2, you've got 2. So yes, I like all of it. Procrastinate. Oh, that's where you were saying procrastinate, like Kool-Aid or Gatorade. We just figured that has to be how you get it all done. I know. A word cocktail? We're close. I know I do a lot. I'm pretty productive. But I also don't like move a whole lot from the computer. I do a lot. I mean, I sit here for a long time. Yep. 10 is my favorite number. Okay, then we'll go 10. It's your live stream after all that night. So it has nothing to do with the fact that my birthday falls on the. I mean, 16 is my favorite number. It has nothing to do with the fact that it falls on the 16th of January. So there you go. I'm right there with you. Happy early birthday, by the way. You've got like 11 days. That's an odd number. We'll just assume today's over. You got 10 days until your birthday. So, all right, let's put up the answer to the joke. Tequila Mockingbird. Sorry, I really like this one. I don't know why, but I like this one of all the jokes. A Burbage Latte. Ooh, I like that one. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Wow. Yeah, this is a good one. It's cute. Yeah, I like that one. Tequila Mockingbird. It was my favorite one of all of these. Alrighty, let's go into the next one. 1 hour focus time. New joke. How do writers stay in shape? That's the joke. When we'll come back and look at the answer, we come back from the sprint. 1 hour on the clock for anyone who has to, right button, for anyone who has to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, do I have another 1 hour sprint? I do. 16 minutes in, is it going to go? 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I have a feeling I'm not going to make my goal today. I didn't think it would be hard to hit 15,000 because I've been able to easily do that in several weekends. I'd say probably the last few weekends I've done that easily. This weekend's a little bit different. I don't know why. It's just gone differently. So I don't know how much I've hit now. I'd have to figure it out. Oh, I can put the there goes. There's the joke at the moment. How do writers stay in shape? Just in case we went to answer it. I'm gonna see how much I've written all together. Did I say what I wrote that time? I did 938, which is not bad for an hour, but 938 in an hour is not gonna hit 15,000 because I have to do what? That's less than 1,000. I'd have to do like 16 sprints, and there's only 12 hours that I'm working. And now that's gonna be sprinting time. So yeah, but I'm getting some writing in. Let's see, 564, 532. I started off strong. My first couple of sprints the first one was good. I just skipped a number somewhere. I'm at 5719, 5,719. So I need 10,000 more, and I'm right about a little less than half the time left. So probably not going to be hitting 15,000. It is what it is, but I'm getting words in. I also loved that book. Which one was it? I think I might have lost the thread. Was it the one that someone was talking about? I know someone gave us a book title. Sorry, I don't remember what that was about. Chasing down plots. Why not chasing down characters? Oh, I know. That was the To Kill a Mockingbird. To Kill a Mockingbird is what that was based off of. I remember. I had to think back to the joke. Because he was saying chasing down plots and not when chasing down characters. So when he said that, I was like, oh, that's an answer to the joke. And then that made me remember that's what the book, you like the book that the other joke was based off of. Darling Writer says, writers are already a shape. This writer is a potato shape, and potato equals tasty. I agree. Like, I like almost every format of a potato. I'm not real crazy about hash browns, but I can do almost every other format. No, scalloped. I don't like scalloped potatoes. I don't know why. Or wrangling wild ideas. LOL. I thought that was funny too. How do you know what I look like? Oh my goodness. LOL. Everyone loves that joke. Well, the answer to the joke. Need to have lunch now, but once I'm done, it's back to the desk. Hope everyone who's joined while I was off as well. I'll be back in like 45 minutes. That was at 2:16 my time, which was like 30 minutes ago. So probably not quite back yet. Oh, Nicole went off to the library. Thank you so much for the sprints. Have a lovely day, everyone. I hope that you have fun at the library. You're not here, so I can ask you, but like, are you getting more books? Probably. I just did an intro outro take for my next Amazon finds video, and it's giving so extra in the wardrobe department. Sprint? Oh, I think that was an answer to the joke, right? Yeah, the sprint. I got distracted and ended up reading back to notebook next sprint. Sometimes you need a distraction so you can get back on track with what you want to do. Pin presses, like bench presses. Ooh, I like that. That is a good one. I have no idea on that trivia question. I mean, these are just stupid jokes. So, they're almost like dad jokes, right? Yes. To Kill a Mockingbird. LOL. Yeah, I just had lost the thread of what was going on at that time. And then it came back to me. Definitely feeling refreshed. Oh, you are back. After some movement, food, and a change in weather, it's now cool, windy, and cloudy. This really butters my bread. I also like cooler weather. We're having hot weather right now. I love hash browns. I mean, there are some hash browns probably not so good for me. I like the ones from McDonald's, but I don't like the ones where it's like the potato slices, and the like real, like they look more like real potatoes, whereas all potato slices you put them in a pan and fry them up. And my husband does it like that. I don't know why, but I can't really eat those unless I smother it like in ketchup or something, ketchup and salt. But the ones from McDonald's is a totally different taste, and it almost feels like it's like a fake brownie, a fake hash brown. Maybe if I start thinking of them as brownies, I can eat them more because I love brownies. And my husband just got offered to take my dog for a walk. And my husband just offered to take my dog for a walk so I can get back to work. That's so nice of him. Have a little quiet time. This is like a little slice of heaven. Yeah, that's what, we've got the kiddo and the dogs and the cats, and he's watching all of them. Although the kiddo had spent some time with me. He was in here for, I think he joined me like around the second or third sprint, and he just left out in that sprint. He's going to go back to his computer. So when he joins me in my office, he doesn't have his computer because we don't let him move. He has a laptop, but we don't let him move it. And so when he comes to join me, he's usually just like I have a spare phone. So he just goes on there, watches YouTube videos and stuff. But I think he was ready to get back to his computer to do some coding. He codes things. He's coding a video game right now. I don't know what the video game is, though. So he said it's based on something that's older. I think he might have told me the name, but I didn't recognize it. Back had to take care of other things. Well, welcome back. Now I can sit down and write. Hey, JC from JL. I actually read a little bit more of your book last night. That is, hold on. The Weight of Her. I knew. I clicked on Amazon to go look it up, and it came to me. The Weight of Her. So I have not had a chance to read that one, but everything that JC says about it, what other people say when they talk about it, I was like, I think it's going to break my heart when I read it. But it sounds like it's a really good book. I'm at the point where someone meets a certain relative. Thanks. I won't spoil anything by saying more, but definitely interested in how this will unfold. If I can talk. Getting a lot of editing done. I think my mouth is getting lazy. It doesn't want to talk the right way. So sounds like you made good progress. Do you keep track of what you're editing? Like me, I keep track of everything I do in the writing process, only because I want to know how I'm spending my time when I'm writing. I told myself I should add in my whole day so I can see what I'm doing my whole time. But I think if I did that, I'd stop tracking it because I'm not really good at tracking things and writing things down. So I know, JC, you can yell at me. I'm not much of a planner. JC will tell you all the great stuff about being a planner, which is pretty much true for a lot of people. But for me, it's hard for me to write stuff down. So I just write down. I'm able to keep up and write down with the writing. And I think it's because I kind of gamify it, because I took everything that I write down. So I write down everything in my book. So I'm writing everything down. I started Saturday on Friday because I knew Saturdays is this tiny little block over here. I wasn't going to fit everything. I'm already on the second column. On Saturday, because this was yesterday's writing and now Saturday's writing. So I write everything down there, and then I put it into a Google Sheet. And the Google Sheet, I have it set up so it can tell me how many words overall I've written and how much of my percentage of my goal have I reached. And I put my goal in there as, I've been doing this my third year doing it this way. And so this year I chose my goal of 700,000 words. So put it in there. I also have it figure out how many hours and minutes I'm spending every week on average writing. And so I think it's kind of gamifying it a little bit. And I think that's the reason why it works for me. So I count when I'm brainstorming, what I'm drafting, what I'm revising, what I'm editing. And I separate out revision from editing based off of an academic background. Because in the writing community, revising and editing is kind of all lumped together. And I think that comes from what we call our editors, because a developmental editor is really someone who's going to give you notes for revision, not for editing, but we call it editing. But in the academic side, that's really revision. So, and it can help if you think about, okay, what is the difference between revision and editing? This was actually something I had to teach my first level English classes. Is that, the difference is that if you edit something, which in academic setting, that's like proofreading, grammar, spelling, that kind of stuff. So if you edit something and then you find out later, like a whole paragraph, you're going to break it up and you're going to get rid of most of it and you're going to change it to other places, move it around or whatever. Well, anytime you mess with your draft, you're going to create errors. I mean, the likelihood of that's happening is pretty high, right? You're probably going to create maybe, forget a punctuation or something. You might create more errors. And now you've already edited something and made it look good, grammar wise and punctuation and all that stuff. And now you're not even using it anymore. So now you've wasted the time editing something that you're not using. So that's why I think the academic side likes to break it down between revision and editing. So don't worry about grammar, punctuation, all that when you're revising until after you're done. That way you're not wasting time. I went on a tangent again. Hello, Deshalay. Nope. Deshalay saying hello to Coffee Crit Connect to JL. Same additionally, started to read your story more yesterday, but got interrupted. Didn't want to read while I couldn't focus. I get that, especially because you're being a beta reader. I bet that's what this said. that was saying, started to beta read your story more yesterday, but got interrupted. Yeah, when you're being a beta reader, you kind of want to give it your focus, because part of that, right, is keeping track of threads of plots and character arcs and all that. But either later tonight or tomorrow afternoon, I will be sending more notes. I appreciate you reading it, JL. I've added more words. The ones from Dunkin' Donuts are good too. I guess I added an R in there. The hash browns. I don't think I've ever had the hash browns from Dunkin' Donuts. The only thing I've ever eaten from Dunkin' Donuts are donuts. Even though fantasy is not my jam, I have been enjoying your story, especially the underlying romantic element. Hopefully after the next few hours, there will be a lot more words. Fingers crossed. Awesome. Definitely feel free to send me whatever you would like me to look over. Brownies are great. Yes, I agree. Hash browns, brownies. I'm good for either. Cool. I'll just add it to the same document, Jo. Hash browns. I'll replace it with brownies in my mind. We've got so many dishes, so I haven't made any food yet. We got so many dishes, like so many dishes of food waiting for you guys to eat that you haven't made any or baked. I learned of a new to me cake called hummingbird cake. Never heard that. Hey, have you ever heard of you probably have because you're a foodie. Have you ever heard of a mayonnaise cake? So when I met my husband, I think we were still in the first couple of months of dating. And I don't really cook or bake, and I definitely didn't then. I ended up cooking more once we married and had family and stuff because you kind of want to feed the kids. I don't cook as much now because the only kid we have left at home doesn't eat anything but like 10 foods, and that's it. So I don't like having to cook a whole lot all the time. But I had asked him if he'd ever had mayonnaise cake, and he did not want to try this thing. And what he didn't also tell me was that he didn't like chocolate. He still doesn't like chocolate. But he didn't tell me he didn't like chocolate. And the mayonnaise cake that I had, it was a family recipe. It's like the only family recipe I did remember. I don't remember it now because I haven't made it in so many years. Is a chocolate cake. And he doesn't like chocolate. But he ate it. But he was just like, I don't know. That mayonnaise cake, that's disgusting. I don't know how that can taste good. And I was like, you just have to taste it. It's very, very, very moist. And if you think about what goes into mayonnaise, a lot of the stuff that's in mayonnaise is what you would put into a cake. Try to remember all those things are, like oil and eggs and things like this. And it was created during the Depression when there weren't like a lot of eggs and stuff, but there were mayonnaise. So people use mayonnaise to bake cakes. And that's how some of the recipes. And there's actually lots of different variations. I remember looking it up back when the internet first started being a thing, because it wasn't when I was a young adult and cooking in the beginning. But there's lots of little different variations, but they're all pretty much the same idea of making mayonnaise, and not making mayonnaise, but making a cake with mayonnaise to replace the eggs and the oil and things like that. Yeah. Not usually a big fan of hash browns, but recently I found a brand I love. Yes, the Strong Roots brand of sweet potato hash browns. Oh, I like sweet potatoes. Wonder if I like those. I love hummingbirds. That sounds like a cool cake. It sounds like in my head, you're like, I love hummingbirds. Let me eat a cake that's a hummingbird. I know that's not what you mean, though. I know my brain just skipped there. It has pecans, bananas, and crushed pineapple. Oh, it sounds interesting, but the pictures look great. Okay, it sounds interesting, but the pictures look great. Yeah, pecans, bananas, and crushed pineapple. That all sounds good to me. Ooh, it gets interesting. I think that's for where she was talking about where she's at in JC's book. It definitely kept me interested so far. I think it's so well written. You did a fantastic job of making me care about the characters and the plot. Yes. The little bit, and JC has read parts of this. I don't remember if you've read it on your channel, but I know you've done it on Burnett. What's his name? I can see his face. I lost it. You did it on his channel where he also did a book release party for my books, for my trilogy. Starts with Barrett. There you go. I was like, it starts with a B. As soon as I was about to say that, I almost had it. Yeah. So you read parts of it on Barrett's channel, and I could tell then, like what JL was saying, connecting to the characters. I mean, you did that really quick. It's not like you read like a whole lot. You just read a little bit, and already that connection was there. So yeah, I agree. I haven't read the book, but I've heard you read parts of it. Love and the plot. Sweet potato hash browns. Why have I never heard of it? I never heard of it either. So, well, you're the foodie, so I guess you probably would take yourself to task a little bit harder. Whatever you do, it's working for you, so no yelling from me. You're getting far more writing done these days than I am. We all have our own different ways, and that's okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, JC. I like the idea of gamification. Yeah. I think that helps a little bit. I don't like to be a planner, but if I don't plan, I don't get anything done either. So I macro plan. Then on that day, I'll look to the folder or notebook where that thing is and then dig into the micro. I used to try, like, I had tried something new at the beginning of this year. Was it this year? I think it was this year. Where I would write down all the things I knew I needed to get done the next day. And I think my first list had like 5 things on it. And my next list had like 7 things on it. The next list had 8. And the next had 10. And the next had 15. And by then I was like, I'm done. I'm getting stuff done. It's like I'm knocking stuff off. But as I'm knocking stuff off, I'm realizing, oh, I got to get this done. Got to get this done. I got to get this done. I got to get this done. I think all these things I have to do. And I think it just worked better when I'm more in the moment, which doesn't always work great if you work with a team. Like I have the 2 co-chairs with me for the conference, Kaufman and Devin. And from my very first co-chair that I had, Jenna, in my first year, it was something that she had complained about at the end of our partnership. So I didn't know this was a thing that she was upset about until the very end. But I felt from that, I need to warn my future partners of the way I work, which is I always have so much going on in my head and there's so much I know that has to get done. And the way I'm able to keep track of it, because I try to write it down and it doesn't work. So the way I keep track of it is like there's like a mental cycling of everything I need to do, but I'm not even really fully aware of it. And like my brain just picks out, okay, these are the things that got to get done now. And so what she would complain about that I have told Devin and I told Margaret about this when we were partners as well, that something I guess I'm really bad at is because I do that. I don't think way far in advance. Like I know things are happening. Like I know the conference is going to happen June 27th through June 29th. I knew that over a year ago. And I know that, okay, before it happens, this has to happen. Before that happens, this next thing has got to happen. But those are in the future and I don't need to worry about those. So what I need to do is right now, and I'll get closer to that thing that now I need to start worrying about it because we're getting closer to the deadline. And then I tell people, hey, we need to do this. And they're like, why didn't you tell me 2 weeks ago? I could have been working on this already. I'm like, I'm sorry. My brain doesn't work that way. It doesn't, and it's a fault. It's a fault I have. But I mean, not that Margaret or Devin or, Kaufman, they haven't yelled at me. I just tell them up front. Now that I know that it's a thing, I just tell them up front, this is the way my brain works. I try really hard to think about the things that is not just me so that I can make sure I prepare everyone. But I don't always think of things ahead of time. So I usually think of them when it's time to actually, now I need to do it before it's going to be too late. So the Strong Roots brand of hash browns actually gets a really good rating on the Uka app. I think that's what it's called. It's on my husband's phone. It's on my husband's phone. The app basically rates food based off of things like preservatives, sodium, sugar, nutrition, etc. Oh, that's good. If my brain sees too much details, it'll crash. Yeah, I think that's what I started doing. I started crashing. And it was overwhelming and I just couldn't look at that list no more. But the thing is, when I start making a list and I think of everything that I need to get done, it's very hard for me to just stay now in the moment of what I need to do right now, unless I don't write it down, then I'm okay. Then I don't feel so overwhelmed. I don't know why it works like that, but that's the way it works. I understand the pain. The Weight of Her by J.C. Carpenter. It's fantastic. You actually got a wrench if you'd like to drop a link, JL. Fantastic read, especially if, like myself, you happen to have a complicated relationship with your daughter or your mother. I think that's another thing, is that I don't have a relationship with my mom anymore because I cut her out of my life. But it was very, very complicated before that. And I think that's another thing. If I read JC's book, I might be crying or bawling or something. I don't know. For me, it's my mother. I don't have a daughter. But I always thought it was probably best I didn't have a daughter because I wouldn't know how to be a mom to a daughter. Because my mom was not. There were things that she did with me that she didn't do with my brothers. So I have to be a bit too busy to know what's coming, so I don't talk myself out of all the things. So macro first, not too overwhelming. Yes, exactly. Thank you for that, JL. You're very welcome. I can finally write. Yes, DL can write. Hopefully I can write some more. Read hash browns from Dunkin' Donuts taste different. Can't explain it. I'm sure it's the toxicity level. It's been so good. We have a Dunkin' Donuts here. So I think I'm going to ask my husband because, y'all, I don't go outside my house for anything. I do now have to leave my house 3 times a week to take my son to the the therapist, because now it's the summer schedule. Otherwise, the only time I leave my house is for a doctor's appointment or hair appointment or the gym. And I go real early in the morning in the gym. So there's not usually a whole lot of people there, but sometimes there are. And then I get overwhelmed. It's almost like I'm stemming myself when I'm there. So I have to like block everything out in order to get into my workout. Dishes, so many to clean. Okay. I wonder if that's what you meant. But then I also know you like to bake. So I thought maybe that might be what it was. Mayonnaise cake. Yeah, mayonnaise cake. Another word I can't spell. I mean, I know what you're saying because I wouldn't know how to spell that one either. Adding it to the list. My mother used to make Italian love cake. Can't completely remember, but I'm pretty sure it's like chocolate pudding on the bottom, whipped cream, and then some kind of like dessert breading. That sounds amazing. And then just do the whole thing over again in layers like lasagna. That sounds yummy to me. I'd eat it. Of course, you can always add other things like chocolate shavings or caramel. I gotcha. I don't have a ton of food memories of my mother, but I do. Oh, food. Food memories, fond memories of my mother, but I do remember her making that. May I noise you for a minute? May I noise you for a minute? I can't spell it either. I never heard of mayonnaise cake. Really? What the? So it's used to bake with. So if I could see that, my mom used banana and also applesauce since she's vegan. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on. So I can see that. If so, I can see that. Yeah. I thought maybe you were saying your mom maybe might want to do the mayonnaise cake, but eggs are not part of a vegan diet usually. So, I mean, I think it depends on the vegan you are. But yeah, the whole idea I think was the depression because there weren't many eggs, so people use mayonnaise. But yeah, I've used applesauce in cake too. It's not the same. I've used banana in cakes and breads as well. Mayonnaise cake has a totally different. I don't know how to explain it. It's very moist, but it's definitely still cake, but it's not, I don't know. It's definitely different from applesauce and banana, I feel. But the same idea. It's still the same idea. I think, yeah, that's what we're getting to. I'll have to look into that. Most of the people I know aren't big fans of mayonnaise, and it might be a hard sell. Just don't tell them. You tell them it's a chocolate cake, they have no idea. Wait until they try it, and then you'll see that they'll like it. I have never come across anybody who didn't like mayonnaise cake. I used to bake it all the time. Like when I was in the military and we would have like potlucks and stuff, usually like once a month for unit bonding. And then, so I would bake the mayonnaise cake because it was like the only thing I knew how to bake. I didn't know how to do a whole lot of stuff. And I don't think I ever told anybody what it was for like the longest time. And everybody always liked it. Even my husband liked it. Applesauce and banana, good calls. Yeah, those seem like they would be a better replacement, right? Because it's the sweetness. Well, I mean, apples are not really sweet on their own, but you get the sweetness from the banana. Barrett. Yes, I don't know why I forgot his name. I have a terrible memory. I think it's because I haven't thought about him in a minute. It's been a couple months. I think the last time I saw him, he was on Margaret's channel, or she was on his channel, and they were doing the author tuber singing, whatever that's called. You know, when you go and you sing songs. Like an open mic night. See, bad memory. Did actually read a little of it on my live stream the week it released. Maybe I caught that too, because I feel like I saw you read it somewhere else other than on Barrett's channel. So I might have seen it on your channel. Oh, I skipped this. I'll have to check this Italian love cake. Yeah, it sounds yummy. I think I need a nap. My brain keeps checking out. We'll keep you up for views. Oh, thanks, Rita. I appreciate that. LOL. At one point, I did have the recipe card. Hopefully, I'll still have it. If I find it, I will make a quick video for my channel about the Italian love cake. Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, I get that. Replanning more things to get done after things are checked off that showed up after the chase. Yeah, we do have some similar brain wavelengths between us, I think, the way we think about things. Awesome. Everyone's brain works a little bit different. I didn't realize I had to approach planning a different manner because of how my brain works. Yeah, same. I always wondered why it didn't work well with planning, when logically I know that planning things would make it better and save you time. And it didn't work for me. And it was a really hard thing for me to understand about myself, which is why I have like 1,000 alarms. If I had to remember to get some, I have 2 that go off every morning for my live streams. So, yeah. Same girl, same issue. We see all the things on the list and all the more things that to go and on the list and staying present. Yes, very hard. Yeah, I just have to stay in the moment. Oh my God, just shoot me along. It's a 12-hour day. Keiko, hello. Just back from a war. Work. Shannon, you are amazing. Oop, it's not clicking on it. There it goes. Whatever your planning process, you got to figure it out. I'm always inspired by your work ethic. Shannon, when I had my daughter, I just decided I would be the opposite of how my mother was with me. My daughter and I are very close, so I guess it worked. Yeah, I think almost every parent goes through it in the very beginning where they're like, who said I could be a parent? It's kind of like the same imposter syndrome as a writer. Like, who said I could be a writer? But I was like, I remember because I was 21 when I had my oldest son. And I was like, they trusted me to go home with this baby. They let me out of the hospital with him. Who said I could do this? Like, I couldn't believe they let me leave with this little tiny baby. I was just like blown away by that. But he was such an easy baby. It was really, really easy to work with him. To get to know him, to understand how babies work. Cause I didn't ever work with babies before. Like I used to babysit, but it was always older kids. I didn't want to deal with babies. So I'm not really a baby person still to this day, unless they're my own, then they're okay. But I think, I don't know, there was just something about, having my first son. I was like, I don't know. I felt like I could, I don't know. I think I have more of I think it's a stereotype more than anything, but I have more of a masculine outlook when it comes to like dealing with the emotions. Like I don't really show a whole lot of emotions. And I think that's just a personality, not really a gender thing, but that's how I identified it when I was a kid. I remember thinking that I didn't think like girls when I was a kid. And I wonder if it's like a deeper thing in my psyche because my dad constantly put girls and women down all the time. And I had 2 brothers. I didn't have any sisters. And I always wondered, probably like, was it ingrained in me that I wanted to think like my brothers or be like my brothers so that my dad would stop putting me down? Not that I thought about that in those terms, but the fact that he was always putting women down all the time, which as an adult, I found out was like not true. Like one of the things, women are the worst drivers. They shouldn't be given, driver's license. They should get their driver's license much later than men. And then the first time I had to pay for car insurance on my own for the first time, they're like, are you male or female? And I'm like, why is it going to be higher if I'm female? Because I remember when my dad telling me females are the worst drivers. Women are the worst drivers out there. That's just one thing. What was the other thing? I don't know. Anyways, I was 30, 40, 2020. I turned 40 in 2020. That's the first time I actually said, okay, I'm done. I said to him, I'm done. I'm done. You put women down all the time. It was something else he was saying about women. Women are terrible at this, terrible. Oh yeah, like menstrual cramps. Oh, women don't really get menstrual cramps. It's all in your head. So I think a lot of that was part of how I grew up more than just anything else. But that's where I felt like I wouldn't know how to connect with a daughter, with a female. That's what I thought anyways when I was younger. Rehash browns from Dunkin' Donuts. I wouldn't be surprised. McDonald's fries used to taste way better. Remember that? Yeah. I think it's because they used lard back then, which is probably better for us than the stuff they're using now. I know there were changes they had to make, but I think they're finding out that the changes they made were worse, right? Now I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Although I do think I might have sheltered her a bit too much in an effort not to be my mother. Yeah, but which one would you have rather had? I bet you I don't know if you've ever talked to her. So I put my parents out of my life a couple of years ago, and I had not told my oldest son about it. Like we told both the boys that I was no longer talking to grandma and grandpa on that side of the family. And Julian was, way too young to really understand. So there was no explaining that to him at that time. I think he's getting to the point where he might start understanding bits and pieces. So I've been telling him bits and pieces of what I grew up with, so they'll all come together. But what I realized that I never said any of this stuff about how I grew up and what happened to me from my childhood to my oldest son. So we went on a road trip, just him and I, so we could try to reconnect because we used to be really close, and then we kind of grew apart after he went off to the military. And so I thought, you know what? I should tell him. I should tell him the things that happened so that he understands why I made this decision. It's not like he was being upset or mad or anything about it, but we just were not connecting. We were not able to connect in any way, which was really weird for me because we had always been really close. Um, and so I had no idea how he respond to it. So I just started telling him all the things and stuff. And he looked over at me, and I can't remember his exact words now, but it was something along the lines. He was like, well, we don't need them in our life, do we? And he doesn't say a whole lot. He's very quiet. So I was like, okay. But now the fries, at least out here, are not so good. I know how to make Italian love cake. You do? Do you have a recipe? I made it to make my husband fall in love with me. Oh my gosh, I love that story. That sounds like a Joanne story. Laughing. Come to think of it, I better make another one soon before I realize this is 10 years. We're about to hit 17 years, June 6th. So in 7 days. So I was getting 17 years and 7 days. But I wasn't good at making things back then. I'm not really good at making things now. I heard of using applesauce and cornbread. I make banana bread, love cake. So yay for bananas. Karaoke. Yes, karaoke. That thing. Couldn't remember that either. Hi, Keiko. I need to tell you the saga of disappearing dustpan. We now at dustpan number 7. We hit it in the last 2 times. It's still disappeared. We suspect the package people come in the evening. If a marmalade glass breaks or something, of course, the dustpan gets very dirty and sticky. And instead of cleaning it, they just throw it apparently away. And it's what we think. We still have to catch them because the boss needs to send an invoice to the package team owner lady to replace all those dustpans probably. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. We're going kind of long. Let me get through these really, really quick. Yeah, I think when you become a parent, unless you're an older child who raised a bunch of siblings, you always get a question of like whether you're capable of being a parent. Oh my gosh, we said the same thing about that. Reliving in hospital, a little baby who without any experience. LOL, for sure. So then, hello. Wouldn't be surprised if the changes McDonald's made was worse. Yeah. So literally busts out laughing when you said someone told you women don't really get menstrual. I know. And when I was getting my first ones, again, I think that I knew things without really thinking them through. Because when I started getting my first menstrual cramps, it was so terrible. And I did not tell my parents. I went to my pastor, which my parents didn't go to church. I was the only one who went to church in my family. And so I went to my pastor, and I didn't know what to say. I didn't say anything. He just sat there with me. Even when church let out, he just sat there with me and prayed. So I think he knew what it was, but he didn't tell me because I didn't say what it was because I didn't know, but I knew. I feel like I knew in the back of my mind, but it was not coming to the forefront. So yeah, that was my dad. This is me trying to take a nap and my brain was tacos. Oh, I like what your son said. I did too. It really made me feel good because we had not been connecting for a long time and we've done much better since then. Happy 17th anniversary. Woohoo. Thank you. Tacos from the sofa. Wait, whose anniversary? It's mine coming up on June 6th. It's going to be 17 years. Of course, we've known each other a little longer than that, but 17 years of marriage. I think it's like 20 years of us going on, knowing each other. Something like that. Swings you around with that. Awesome celebrations to you. Thank you. We've been talking lots about cakes and good parenting. Good to see you. Speaking of cake, next dessert. Oh, yes. I was thinking Rita needs to tell you that how she made her husband fall in love. I was like, that sounds like a Joanne book. The next dessert I'm going to bake is Jamaican rum cake. The McDonald's used to fry in beef tallow, and now they use canola oil. Is that any better or is that worse? I can't remember. Sounds like it would have been better in the beef tallow, but yeah, I'm going to thank you. Happy anniversary. Thank you. If I lived close to you, I would have baked you a cake. I'm sure my husband would appreciate it because I can't cook. Rum cake. Canola is so bad. That's what I was thinking, that canola was really bad, but I couldn't remember if I remembered right. Beef tallow, way better. Okay, that's what I was thinking, that I had heard that what they changed to was not the best one. All right, we've gone lots talking here. Let me get the next one going because I'm having a hard time already meeting my quota for the day, what I want to hit anyways. Okay, we got another hour in here. Find the right button. So anyone who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. If you're going for your nap, have a happy nap. For everyone else, 16 minutes on the clock. And 3, 2, 1, and go back. Oh, did I give the... Shoot. I didn't give the answer, did I? How do writers stay in shape? By running out of ideas. There you go. Next one. This one's a romance one. Okay, I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, and that's time on that one. Did I write it down? I did not write it down. I just did a bunch of verbal vomit on that one, brainstorming. I really didn't know what I was going to do for the next chapter. But then once I started, I was like, oh, we could do that. We could do this. We could do that. And it just really came out. And I think I brainstormed 2 chapters, not 1, because I got a lot done. Just like, let's do this. And then this can happen. And then that could happen. Well, if this happens, then that could happen. And that's how I kind of do verbal brainstorming. So did I say what it was? 23:52. So that's like the best one I've had yet today. I don't know if it's going to help me catch up or not, but at this point, I just want to get words. I would like to do the 15,000, 2.14%, but may not happen. All right, let's check with you guys. Talking about McDonald's French fries and the way they were cooked years ago. So once beef tallow, but now canola. And beef tallow is way better for you health-wise. And then Adesha said hi to Andy. Did I miss Andy? Wait, it jumped on me. Where did it go? It's probably what I did. It probably jumped on me, and that's why I lost it. Oh, I think I did say hi to Andy. Okay, hi, Andy. Hi, Andy from Adesha. Sprint. Is that like the answer? Word has it, if you use a different oil, McDonald's will be better. LOL. I think that was in more of the conversation about the oil for the French fries. So hellos, and waffles. And hi to everyone. Hi, Andy. I hope all is well with you. I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago. Yeah, it was like an hour ago. So I don't know if you're still here. The story about baking your husband Italian love cake sounds so cute. That's probably me with my future husband. And I thought it'd be like really cute, like a for a story. I don't know if Rita might use it one day. I don't think she writes romance though. I don't know if Rita's still here. You can tell me if I'm wrong. There is romance in her stories, but it's not romance like centered. Hey, Andy, LOL from Adesha. I think I would bake him a gingerbread cake. I mean, that might taste okay. I don't like gingerbread cookies. I don't know what about it, but it doesn't taste good to me. Oh, that's a good one. I think that was in reference to the joke from the last one, which was something about how do writers get exercise, or how do they keep in shape? Yeah, that's what it is. How do they keep in shape? Is because they keep running out of ideas. And this joke is, why do romance authors make terrible secret agents? So that's the joke this time. That's a good one. Running out of ideas. Yeah. Hi from Keiko to Andy. I feel so targeted by that. I can't run fast enough. Funny. Guten Tag. Joanne, do it. Write about what's that saying you guys love from the stomach. Yes. Guys love from the stomach. I'm not saying that right that time. A man's heart is through his stomach. I think that's closer, but I'll believe you. I'll take what you're saying. So nope, still didn't get it right. No, probably not. I'll take it. I'll believe it. Nap time. Joanne says the story about baking your husband a cake is so cute, and I accidentally deleted my response to you. My brain is tired today. Deleted my earlier response to you. Oh, going to lurk from Andy. Yep, that was like an hour ago. So got a voicemail from a friend. So was focusing on that for a bit and missed the chat break, but hoping everyone has a fabulous sprint. I don't think we were on a chat break. Oh, wait, we were on a chat break. And you missed that chat break? Well, I felt like you were there, so it's okay. Melissa said, ducked out to get a coffee down the street from my house. I'm back and diving in. Hopefully you got some words. Now back to work. Hey there, Andy. Rachel, I'm going to read during the sprints what you're reading. You don't have to share if you want to. Are you still doing some of the, I don't know. Let me not. I know you said you were doing something for, nope. Don't let me just make stuff up here. Good evening, says Jocelyn. Hello, getting in my productivity today. Woohoo. I was hoping to be more productive than I am, but for some reason the words are not coming as easy today. I do feel a bit tired, but I think I'm now up to about 8,000 words, and we're over halfway through, and I was trying to hit 15,000. It's probably not going to happen. I might get close though. I should be able to, if I can get another 2,000 on the next sprint. I mean, it's possible. If I do 3 more sprints and get 2,000, that's 6,000, 6,000 plus 8 is 14,000. I'd be almost there. Hello, Jocelyn. But that's saying that I get 2,000 every sprint. And this was the first time I hit 2,000. So that might not be right. Well, I'd say it's the first time. There's a possibility I hit 2,000 earlier here. I don't write it down by sprint. I write it down by what process of the writing I'm doing. So I have brainstorming, drafting, revising, and even editing. I edit it for 4 minutes. Oh, wait, I didn't put that 4 minutes in there. So 2352 is what I brainstormed plus my 7 words for 4 minutes of editing. I did 2359. That's what I did. So not all of this is all, it's not by each sprint. It's by whatever I'm working on. Oh yeah, so hi to Jocelyn from JL, and then hi back to JL from Jocelyn. Devin is back. Welcome back. CJ says, officially moved stuff around. Still rewriting transitions between them, but the draft is working a lot better. It's amazing how long even a couple pages can take to revise, but structure can take a lot of thought. Yes, especially because you're writing something academic. That's a lot. Especially, I don't know what part you're working on. But if you're working on like on your research, you still have to make sure like all the ideas that you're pulling together from your research make sense. So yes, it takes a lot of thought. Because they always fall in love with the bad guy. Oh, that's a good answer for the joke. Bree, that's a joke. You know what? I don't know why, but I was able to follow that thread for some reason. So yeah, why do romance authors make terrible secret agents? It's not the right answer, but I like it. As for the sprints, I got 282 words. Nice. And you're on your suspenseful scene, right? Yeah. I'm reading among different things. I read 2 chapters in Eat by Jesse Brown, sci-fi horror. I almost want to say sci-fi. I don't think I would have thought of horror, but that makes sense because the last video I watched from you, which was not the last one you put out, had horror theme in it. Yeah, because I remember thinking, okay, I'll listen, Rachel, but I'm probably never going to read any of these things. That's what I was thinking for like a comment, but I've not been able to comment on people's. I'm just like consuming videos while I'm getting things done. And I've not been able to stop and leave a comment because a couple times I've done that and I've shut down my computer. Although Rita tends to take the top award for shutting down my computer because I watched her video and it shut down my computer. My computer is like, it's not wanting to work. So, yeah. And when the bell rang, I was reading a short story by Ann Leckie. Her name sounds familiar. I didn't recognize anybody else, but her name. I mean, Jesse Brown, but that's kind of I don't know if it's the same person, but her name sounds familiar. Could you say how you were brainstorming again via voice to text? You are just talking, then another idea comes up and you start that chapter. Yeah. So no, I didn't know it was going to be 2 chapters. After I did the voice to text and then I was transferring it over because I transfer it over into a document. I got to go back here. Then I realized it was going to be more than 1 chapter. Okay, so given how the last chapter ends and how it ends, I need to figure out what happens next. I'm thinking about skipping ahead in time, but still in the same night as this happened. At this point, Zane would not be hiding them up. He has. I have no idea what I was trying to say there. If we are in his point of view, I like there to be some internal dialogue of his pack being heavier now because he has her corset and all her weapons, even as angry as she left him and making him think that, not going to say that next part, every movement sounds something about calculation and lowering his defenses. I don't know what I was trying to say there. He still saved her weapons when she asked him to not leave them there. There's a conversation that has to be had. Don't know that this one is one she'll bring up. I don't know what I'm saying here. Next, he's going to be curious about. I can't say that. I don't want to give away something here. There's a part of me that wants her to tell him the truth, but if it's happening right now, she's not going to reveal anything. Emotions are too high between them, with neither of them trusting the other. I feel like this is something she would answer later, as in time, but maybe still in the same chapter. But really, it was going to be one chapter. So I could go on. I have lots of paragraphs here. So I just say all that, and some of it makes sense to me later, and some of it doesn't. But I just go through that and figure out what it was. The main points that I'm trying to pull out. And as I was just pulling out those main points and I was starting to kind of make a bullet point list for the chapter and realize that I couldn't figure out whose point of view I wanted to be in. And then I decided, well, what if I split it up to 2 chapters and really there's enough there for 2 chapters. And then I can split the point of views between the 2 of them. I was also contemplating writing the same chapter from both points of view, because I do have the 3 Omega readers. And just put both chapters up and then ask them which point of view chapter they liked better, and then try to figure out which one I want to go into the book. But yeah, I don't know if that answered your question. But yeah, cool, Rachel. So far I have 1,963 words a day. I was hoping for 5K, but we have a new kitty now, right? The older kitty. But answer 6 for joke 6, because they make every encounter awkward. I love that. Yep, suspense. I love the answer too. It's not the right one, but it's just a joke. So I think we can come up with lots of writer answers that would make sense for the answer for the joke. I don't know if that made any sense there. Oh, that's great. I got more of my video edited and more of my social media scheduled. I listen to videos normally while I am at work, so I get it. Yeah. But you're good at responding, like leaving comments. You're really good at that. Not that I'm saying I'm bad. I like to leave comments, but with how busy I've been the last couple of weeks, and then on top of that, my computer shut down on me several times. I have tried very hard not to let my computer shut down. I've even wondered about my speech to text program while I'm streaming because it takes what do they call that? It's internet based. So it seems like whenever the more stuff I open that's internet based, the more my computer does worse. So, because they want to share all the details about their identity. That's another good one. Thanks. Oh, that's the end. Okay, so let's do the answer. So it was, why do romance authors make terrible secret agents? They always get caught up in the heat of the moment. Sorry, these are really cheesy. I really think these are like dad jokes in a way. They're dad jokes for writers. So, but the next one is, the next joke is, why did the writer refuse to use contractions? So, oops, wrong button. LOL. I like that one though. I do too. Because you know what my mind went to was like all those shows that are like action adventure and you're watching a movie and they stop in the middle of all the action to kiss. And you're like, really? Everyone's just going to stop shooting or doing bombs or whatever it is they're doing just so you can kiss. So, wow. That was funny. That was kind of funny too. Your brainstorm notes sound like mine. I have a list at the end of my document for ish. Laughing. Yeah. I was trying to find some different ones on online yesterday. Whenever I did that. I think it was yesterday. Days are running together. Oh, and JC says, hi, Devin. All right, we got to the end of the comments. I'm ready to jump in and finish up my notes here. It's kind of a sort of a bullet outline and start writing this next chapter. Hopefully I'll get some good words in. I think Pirates of the Caribbean had it right for the marriage kiss scene. I don't remember it, but it sounds about right. JC. Oh, I don't have it on the right. Here we go. And for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock. We started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. I was not ready for that sprint to be done. I was really getting into my chapter. So I got out my words. I did some more brainstorming for my 2 chapters I had come up with and where I wanted to start on the first chapter. And then I started writing that first chapter. I only got 757 words in the new chapter, but I had written 2,100 words in brainstorming and some bullet points. So 2863. So it seems like I'm not like picking up speed. I don't know what made the difference. I guess maybe those other chapters were a bit harder. I don't feel like they were harder. I knew they were coming. I knew, what's funny is because I knew what those chapters were going to be. So the chapters I wrote at the beginning of the day, it took me a lot longer to write those than I thought it would. And I knew what I was going to be kind of doing. Like I already had some plans. And now I'm in a point where I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I know what's going to happen in the future, but I'm like, okay, between that and this, what's going to happen? Did I write down the right thing? No. I don't know what I just wrote down. Okay, whatever. I'll come back to this. Yeah, hold on. That was 2106. Drafting. I'm giving myself too many words. I did not write this many words. I was putting that all under drafting, but that's part brainstorming. So I need to break it out. So the drafting part was 757. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see how you guys did. Looks like it might be just a few people here in the chat. Left off with Devin saying JC. And Rachel says, I'm partial to dad jokes. I am too. I actually got like a dad jokes book for my husband for Christmas one year. We like to do gag gifts. I think the year before. So I think that was last year. So the year before I gave him a book that is because he had got a promotion at his job where now he's in charge of a whole department or something or other. I don't exactly know how it all breaks down, but he's in charge of people now. And he loves it because that was his job when he was in the military. He was the captain on boats. So he was in charge of everything. And then to go to working a civilian job where like now he had bosses and stuff, it was different for him. But it was a bit of a transition for him. So I bought this book about like human resources. I can't remember the exact name of it. It's like human resources, tips and tricks for getting along with your, I don't remember the word it used, but subordinates. I keep thinking of the term that we'd use in the military with your employees or something like that, right? But as soon as you open it, you start reading it. It's not real stuff you would do. Not real stuff you would do at all. It's a joke. It's all a joke. But yeah, he doesn't actually read. But so it's funny. I get him stuff that he reads that for him to read that he doesn't actually read. But he keeps it all. He has it all still. So same RK answers it because she wanted the epidural instead. What? Well, the joke is, why did the writer refuse to use contractions? And I mean, contractions in this case is a writer contraction and a writing contraction. But Devin took it as a contraction, like it's in giving birth. I know that threw me. Yes. LMAO. Words not coming easy yet. Silly description writing. Oh, I hope you get there. They were not coming easy for me most of this day. And now they're suddenly pouring out near the end. I didn't think this scene would be long, but it's taking longer to write. So when you say it wouldn't be long, like you didn't think it was going to be as long as it's taking you to write it, or like long as in like the actual scene is long? And I'm like, I want to get to the action. I almost thought about that because one of the chapters I wrote today, it was the second one I wrote, was a scene that had part of a scene that I wrote 2 years ago. So I was like thinking that once I actually got to writing that scene, that I would have so much fun writing it. And it was fun. It's more fun to read it. It wasn't really fun to write it because I felt like I was pulling teeth, and I thought, and I had that thing that we've talked about this, right? We talked about like, well, if you're bored or if you have a certain feeling while you're writing a scene, it's very likely your reader is going to feel that way. But I'm like, the content of the scene is not going to be giving that. And the only thing I could think of is because of the fact that I had written part of the scene already, it felt more like revising than drafting. And I prefer to draft. And so I don't like to outline, because if I outline, I've already written, and I don't really like to revise or edit too much because I've already written it. and 8's more boring to go through those other processes. So, yeah, so that's the only thing I could think of, because I read the scene back and I thought, oh, that's pretty good. I can't wait to get my readers' reactions to it. But yeah, it'll be better. It will be better. Can only go up, right? Added 858 words, making 21, a 5K for the day. Dinner is finished now, so I'm going to have a bite. Watch Clarkson's Farm with the boys. Nice. Love me some dad jokes. Couldn't resist. Oh, well. Got 171 words for Dashley. Both. It was supposed to be a quick and get me to another milestone, but suspense. So I had a point and I lost it when I told you, when I was doing my tangent. And I was like, I told you like the thing that we've talked about before about feeling certain ways about your scene. What I was trying to get to was I was thinking about skipping the scene and coming back and writing it later. So have you thought about doing that? I didn't actually do that. It's very hard for me to do that, but I have done it before. And it's taking time to get through. I'm so sorry. Dashley. All right, the answer, I put it in the wrong order again. Why did the writer refuse to use contractions? Because they couldn't stand short stories. Hopping off for the night. Thanks for hosting. Hope everyone has a great rest. I appreciate you being here for as long as you were, JL. Thank you. I think you were here like the longest so far. I'm trying to remember who was the first person in. I don't remember. I'm going to say, yeah, that doesn't go back far enough. I want to say Melve was pretty quickly in there, but I don't think it was Melve. I don't remember who it was. Oh, Melve's here. Hello. Coffee Crate Connect. Bye. Thanks. I could, but I don't like that so much either. Yeah, I know. When I was saying, I was like, I couldn't do it. It was the advice I gave myself earlier for that scene, and I couldn't do it. So, see ya, JL. Just finished supper, but left this on. I appreciate that. It does help the algorithm and everything. People find me. So as far as like how much time is left, I don't know what time zones people are in. I am almost at 6 p.m. my time here. I'm going to 8 p.m. So that's 2 hours and 15 minutes. I think that will be 2 more sprints, but probably not 2 1-hour sprints, unless there's like nobody left in the chat and I don't have anybody to talk to. Then I would probably be able to go quickly into the next sprint. But we'll get 1 more hour sprint in. If people are still here and we have a little chat, then probably do another like 45-minute or 30-minute sprint. I think the challenge is just getting the right words. Yeah. I think you're right, because I kept coming up with the same words. I actually went and I took like 4 words out of that story or that chapter. And I felt like, okay, these 4 words in this order feel cliche. And so I typed them into Google just to see what I would find with them. And then I looked up synonyms, and then I just rewrote the entire paragraph to get rid of those 4 words and not put synonyms in there. So it wasn't sounding like a thesaurus. I just wrote the whole thing over again, but in a different way. So ended up not working on my craft and just video gaming. It's raining here and it's kind of dark. We still got lots of light and no raining, but we had lots of rain during the week, which was really great for our gas because our sprinkler system was not working, but my husband worked on that today. So hopefully it's working now. I think he said it was good, but I was going somewhere with that. Don't know where I was going to go. I think it was going to be, sounds like a relaxing day for a video. I don't really video game, but I have depth perception issues. I've never been good at video games. And I think that's the reason why, because of my depth perception issues. So show comments on stage, beta feature. What is that going to do? Comments take the stage. Live comments from viewers will appear on screen during your stream. Keep the conversation going and make your audience part of the experience. But I don't see anything on the screen. Do I need to move me over? Because it was like pointing to my picture. Nope, there's nothing there. Save. No, don't save. Cancel. Discard changes. Oh, there it goes. I see it pop up at the bottom. Ah, that's so tiny though. I can't read that. I think I mentioned this before, but there is a game where you don't use your visual senses. I don't remember you mentioning it. It could be I just forgot it. But maybe if you say the game name, I might remember. I made and consumed dinner and then went for a walk. Sounds like a good afternoon or evening. Probably evening. You said dinner. Although in the Midwest, dinner is the midday meal, and supper is the end of the day meal. I'm off to bed. Bye, Laura. I got 2,500 words today. Thanks. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. It's fantasy action with a female pro tag. Oh, no, that does not sound familiar to me at all. Oh, yeah, I saw the update with StreamYard, but I don't like that feature, so I usually just ignore it. Oh, I don't know if I like it or not. I haven't decided yet. It's a great game. I'll find the name of it. Yes, I appreciate that. I'll play it. I mean, I've done things like The Sims and stuff like that, but there's just only so much you can do that's new. And then it's like rote stuff you're doing over and over again, and I get bored and I'm ready for something new. Take care, Laura. Laura's waving bye. Okay, let's go ahead and get set up for the next one. I have to set up my timer video because I got to the end of my 1 hour timers. Where should I go? Let's go here. Pause. I'll leave it on for a little bit and see how I feel about it. I didn't even pay attention. I was just getting in here and doing the things I normally do and moving on. And all of a sudden, there it is. All right, so next joke. I think I have 9 jokes. So I thought I would do 9 sprints. And I think we're going to get 9 sprints in. So here is joke number 8, which is sprint number 8. How do sci-fi writers organize a space party? You guys are going to love this one. JC, you actually probably will really love this one. I don't have any cats in here. I did have a cat earlier, but no cats in here for me to kick. That's why I was looking underneath my desk because I was changing my feet, and I don't like kicking cats. And I have 2 cats who now like to sleep right in front of my feet. All right. If anyone has to leave out, thank you for coming. And for everyone else, if I hit the right button. Where is it? This one? Yep. Right one. 30 minutes? No. 60 minutes on the clock. And 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Last time on that one, how did you do? I think I had up my words. Still in the same chapter, but I'm liking it. It's taking a little while to write this chapter, but I don't feel the same way as I did with the other chapter that was taking me a while. So not as much this time, but 1541. All right, so I think I'm going to do one more sprint. Yeah, we got another hour, depending on how fast we get through this stuff. We'll probably do 45 minutes or a half hour. Last sprint. Let me see. I don't think I'm anywhere close to 15,000 like I want it to be, but see how short I am. $12,482. So if I decide not to continue on with this chapter, if I went into more brainstorming mode, I could hit another 2,500 words. But if I want to continue on this chapter, this is going to take the rest of my focus, and I'm almost done with this chapter, which means I'll finish a chapter and then do brainstorming. I have brainstorming for the next chapter, but I was going to put it into kind of a bullet format. But I could just go from here and do brainstorming for the chapter that's going to happen after that chapter, and I'd hit my 15,000 words. What do you guys think I should do? Should I go for the 15,000 and do brainstorming, which I could hit that, what I need left? 2,518 words, which that would be the highest I would do today, because the highest before that is 2352. But 23, yeah, so that's like 200 words more. But I think I could probably do it. If I just did all brainstorming and didn't allow my inner editor to stop and think about, okay, well, what about this or that? If I just went through, okay, here's the next beats, or here are the next beats and whatnot, I could probably do it. Or should I just continue on this chapter? I'd probably get less than what I got this time around if I continue on the chapter. All right, left off with, the joke, this joke, which is, how do sci-fi writers organize a space party? And the answer, I think that JC would like. And she's like, I can't wait to hear the answer to this one. This is the name of the game. Let me write this down. The veil. Shadow of the crown. It's primarily audio, and I think the rumble from the joystick. So I remember trying to navigate a town by determining how close I was getting to it. I don't know the chickens cooing or etc. That's really interesting. I know audio can be a challenge, so I'm not sure if it'd be an issue or not for this game. Yeah, I mean, it can be, but it's more like words and not sounds, just like everyday sounds. Unless I'm supposed to be able to tell the difference between one coo or another coo, if the chickens are cooing. Devin says, dinner was delish. Barbecue ribs, corn on the cob, and baked potato wedges. Now back to the words. Going strong. Melvase is still around. Almost 8 p.m. for you. Okay. It's almost 7 p.m., so I've got another hour. I appreciate you being here. I ended up looking at the other half's PowerPoint. The other half's. So your other half has a PowerPoint presentation that you looked at and then ate cake? What kind of cake did you eat? That does sound delicious, Devin. It does. I say go for 15K. Okay. We got one vote for 15K. Adeshale says, what would bring you the most joy? What would make you feel the most accomplished? And what would future you appreciate the most? I feel like I'm with a psychologist right now. One point I would get joy from hitting the goal that I set for myself today. But I'd get joy in satisfaction from finishing this chapter. With that said, I will most likely finish the chapter tonight anyways. I'll probably finish the stream and then go right back to this chapter and finish it. Where if I decide to finish a chapter now, most likely when the stream's over, I'm not going to go back because it's just this thing I can't leave it undone. So I probably would still do both if I went for the 15,000. It's jumped on me. What would make you feel most accomplished? Probably hitting the 15,000. And what would your future you appreciate the most? Me finishing the chapter. Finish the chapter, says the Dolly writer, if you're almost done. I mean, it is almost done. I just know me, like, I probably have, I don't know, 500 more words left in this chapter. And if I do that, so that's going to probably, I would say that's going to take a good 10 to 15 minutes of time, which then I could go into the brainstorm mode after, but there's no way I'm going to hit 2500, 2518 in that time. That sounds like a great food, Devin. I know I had a slice of lemon cake left over. Oh, okay. That was what your partner, you made it and your partner took it to work and she brought, or he brought, or they brought back the cake that was left over, if I remember right. That was from earlier in the week. Oh, wow. I know you sounded disappointed earlier when you thought you weren't going to hit 15K. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, only because I know I'm capable of it. And I don't know what happened that I couldn't get I couldn't get there today. She brought me back a slice. Yes. Okay. So I kind of had to remember. And she, okay. I thought you said she too, but then I thought, well, wait, maybe he didn't say she, maybe it's something else. So, okay. So JC, I know you're waiting for the answer to this joke. So the joke is, how do sci-fi writers organize a space party and they plan it? Mm-hmm. That's, yeah, corny, but I like it. If you know you're going to finish the chapter later anyway, go ahead and do the 15K. That way you hit your goal. And then when you finish the chapter later, you will have done both. That's what I'm thinking. Now that Adeshle took me to the psychologist chair or couch, it made me really break it down to think about that I'm still going to finish a chapter regardless, because I know I can't not finish it. So, wow, they plan it. Yes, my. Dang it, the stream paused on me. I didn't know you were back. That's okay. I'm still here. Oh, that was funny. They plan it. Yeah. So, you're constantly like plan stuff, like, be an outliner, planning. I know you're doing it in context of writing. This is a writing joke, but it's just geared towards sci-fi. So it's just like, this is like perfect for JC because she's all about planning, outline, know the plan. You're going to do better if you know the plan. I think you were just talking about that on Wednesday night, if I remember right. LOL. Yeah. All right. I love it. Use it if you want, because I didn't make up any of these. I found them online. I had to like really dig because I've used like writer jokes for other things. Oh, in the AWC speaker handout packet from last year, I put writer jokes in there. So, oh, that's my phone going off telling me it's time to take my medication. Because it's 7 o'clock my time. Uh-oh. That's going to go off again because I hit the wrong button. Okay, turn off alarm. Did I turn it off? I have no idea if I turned it off. Okay. So yeah, I need a plan. The plan could change, but I just need to go into whatever it is with a plan of action. It makes sense. I mean, logically, it is very sound. I did 624, making 34.45 at 5K for the day. Maybe you should do like me on this last one, Devin. Let's go and verbal vomit as much as we can about our story. So we could, I know that's not what you need. You're trying to get this book done. Me, I'm like, I want to get the book done, but I'm really more about the words at this point. The book can come later because I'm still trying to fulfill the Kickstarter from the second one. It would be nice if I could do the Kickstarter for this third book this year, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I think it's going to happen next year. It's going by so fast, and I'm really loving all of it compared to this past one. Yay, Devin. Wow. All right, let me get this set up for 45 minutes for the last sprint. And then I will come back and have a few minutes to wrap up and be done for the night. Oh, I went too far. The right one. And we'll have one last joke. Why did the writer break up with their pen? So, alrighty. I think I put this one last because I don't think it's as funny as the rest of them. And I didn't know if I'd actually get to this last one that I had on here because I thought it was quite a few. I thought 9 sprints probably wouldn't happen, but we're just going to do a shorter sprint. Okay, for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Did I hit the right button? I did. Okay, and for everyone else, 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And yay, guess what? I did it. So I did the verbal brainstorming, and I got 2613, which I need 2518. So I hit the 15,000. And I thought, okay, well, I got to a stopping point in my verbal brainstorming. And I think I've brainstormed like the next 3 chapters after the next chapter after this one. So I think that helped a little bit. And I don't know if it's going to stay the same because things change as I write chapter to chapter, but they're ideas. And it actually did help me identify something I need to go back and reinforce in a previous chapter that I wrote today. So that was kind of good that I did that anyways, because I need to go back and reinforce this idea. So that did help me figure that out. And then I went back to my chapter and I finished it up. And I said it would take me like maybe 10 more minutes probably to finish up the chapter. And it took me 11 minutes to finish writing it. And I absolutely love like stopping here. Like this is where I'm going to have to stop writing on this book for a little while, because I have the Fated Adventures that's done for the 3rd month. That's June. That goes out Monday morning. But the 4th month needs to go out July 1st, which is right after the conference, and my brain is mush. And there's no way that in the week or 2 before the conference, I'm going to have time to do anything. So I also need to work on the Fated Adventures for month 4 next week. And I think I have to remember, I don't remember where I left off. I think I've written everything already. Now that I've outlined all of that all the way up to month 6, which is 6 months worth of work, story for 4 different characters. And I think I've written it all, but I need to go back through and refresh myself because I was thinking I forgot something. And so I need to go back through month 4 and see what else I need to do with that. And then I have lots of the conference stuff that I have to take care of this next week anyways. So I think this is going to be it, where I'm going to be stopping on this book for a little while. And it's like the perfect place because we're about halfway through. This is definitely an enemies to lovers. I mean, they're part of 2 different enemy organizations, orders against each other. And they're literally enemies in that she's a fire fae and he's an ice dragon, and their people have been at war for centuries. And everything they thought, they had thought from the beginning that they're working against each other, but they're actually just working on their own orders missions, and it just so happens to cross. And they do kind of find out, okay, well, we weren't going after the same thing, but we still can't let you do your mission. She doesn't know what his mission was, but he can't let her do her mission because it would be the end of the world. And she kind of has been forewarned of this already, but she was going to carry out her mission because that's her orders. And so he didn't exactly stop her. Something else happened, but then he got basically all of her team killed because he was trying to get her out of this bad situation and got her team killed. And so they're again fighting and not getting along. And then this is the moment. This is the turning point where they're now working together, because now they're both now trapped underground in the tunnels under the continent, and they don't know how to get out. And they have a map that is not good. And they've already set off a trap. And she set it off because there's lots of booby traps from the dwarves who dug out the tunnels. She set off a trap, and he took the arrow that came out of the trap on that one. And of course, this is not the first time she's kind of like noticed he's like looking out for her or whatever. And so that, now there's kind of like a grudging respect there. And the chapter ends with him hobbling because he had an arrow. He took an arrow to the thigh. So he's hobbling forward, but they're walking together instead of not together. She was walking behind him before. So yeah, so it's like a good point. This is like the point where they're actually starting to work together to figure out what they're going to do from this point on and get out of these tunnels. So I'm happy. All right, let's catch up with you guys. I don't know, I was messing with my lamp over here and just put it right in my way. You can't read anything. Where did I mark it? I don't think I marked it. That was funny. They plan it. I love it. Need a plan, 264. Okay, I think I left off here. Devin laughing when I said we just need to go and just verbal vomit. Let's get those words in there. And Devin, you got this. Yes, strong arm. I just opened Facebook and bam, you've been streaming for 11 hours. Yes. I'm going to go 9 more minutes. No, I'm not going to go exactly 9 more minutes. If I finish, I finish. But yeah, it was a 12-hour stream. My goal was to hit 15,000 words, which is 2.14% of my overall word count for the year. And that is to give me a heads up or a leg up or however that phrase is supposed to go, to get ahead for June, since I know once the conference happens, I'm not going to be able to write too much. And then July is a mushy month for my brain. So I knew I wasn't going to write much then. I'm probably not going to be able to write too much more until I get to August. So I was trying to get ahead a little bit so I won't be too far behind. I'm going to be behind, but I don't want to be too far behind my goal if I want to try and hit it. Yeah. YouTube, brain rot. I like the writing. I would be here anyways, probably writing. I don't know if I would be here still, but I would have been here all day writing. And Gwenna, yes, hi Gwenna, by the way. Only here briefly before Hubs and I sit down for a candlelit dinner. Oh, sounds romantic, to celebrate finishing my Arthurian 3 courses of Italian cooking. Yay! If you're still here after that, I'll be back. I won't be here. But thank you so much for thinking of me. If not, happy productivity to y'all. Congrats on the things you accomplished. Congrats again, Gwenna. Enjoy the celebration dinner. Yes. More restructuring done. Feeling much more grounded in how the section is reading. Might keep going while the momentum. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for the sprint, Shannon. Well done. Oh, yes. Well done to everybody. And yeah, the momentum is going. Keep on going. I'm done. I would have kept going if I hadn't finished the chapter, but I'm done. So, and I've got lots of notes, verbal vomit, that I'm gonna have to go through later, and hopefully I remember what it was I was thinking, because I'm sure there's some of it that doesn't make any sense. But I was not looking at it. I was not having an inner editor come out. I was just making sure the words were making it in there, because every now and then the program glitches and I'll say sentence and it gets half the sentence. I'm like, why didn't you get the whole sentence? So I only checked it for that, but otherwise it's spelled Zane wrong a few times. It doesn't get Nira's name. It always puts near, like you're near something, near and far. And then if I was saying like Nira's this, like, I don't know, Nira's pack or Nira's sword, or she doesn't sword, but Nira's bracers. So Nira's, so possessive Nira became near us. And I was like, forget it. I know what I'm trying to say. I know that is supposed to be her. So I'll go back and fix that later. But hopefully there's some things, or there isn't anything in there that I'm not going to know what it's saying, but it is what it is. And well done. Oh, nice. Thank you, Dashley. Yay, it's awesome. Yes, thank you for being here with me. Congrats on the goal. Did you get yours? And that's great. Thank you, Melve. 162 words for Dashley. Are you still on this suspenseful scene? I know you said you were. That one's really pulling you. I added 565 words, making 4,000 of the 5K. I think I'll stay up for a little bit to get that 1K-ish. Yeah, so it sounds like if you and CJ get on board and go to the same place somewhere on YouTube, maybe. I don't know if you guys are still going to do sprints with anybody else, but I finished scheduling my social media. Nice. Also finished editing my video. So now time to export it.